Want me to move that we excuse for the 10
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Let's bring this session to. Hello. Bring this session to order. Piqua City Commission regular meeting Monday, November 3rd, 2025. Let us begin by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk call the roll?
Commissioner Better,
Here.
Commissioner Simmons,
Here.
Mayor Lee,
Here.
Commissioner Holman, Commissioner DeBras.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we would excuse Commissioner Holman. He currently is on the phone with, could he be here in about 10 minutes?
Yep. Then he was talking to Commissioner DeBras.
I'm going to give him 10-minute grace, even 15.
I'll second that. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, he's excused for 10 minutes or so to meet us in executive session. Next on our agenda is adjournment to executive session to consider confidential information related to economic development as further defined by Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22 or as amended.
I would move that we move to executive session.
Second. Moved and seconded. Can I have a roll call?
Commissioner Better,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Mayor Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye. We are adjourned to executive session.
City of Piqua.
We are back in session. Put that up there. We need an adjournment from executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn from executive session.
Second. Okay, I need a roll call.
Commissioner Vedder,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Mayor Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Holman,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBrus.
Aye.
All right, before we do the motion to approve the business agenda, as we can see, we have a large audience for this evening's meeting. As we begin, I would like to quickly review the public comment process to ensure a smooth and efficient process for the commission to hear all the residents' feedback. Any person providing public comment may speak once for up to a total of 5 minutes on each resolution and ordinance on the agenda. No person shall be permitted to comment twice on an agenda item. We ask that anyone who wishes to speak on an agenda item complete a comment card, which you have, thank you, which is available at the table at the back of the room by the entrance. Hand those completed cards to the clerk, Kim Hughes, here at the front of the room. If you choose to speak during the public comment period, please address questions and comments to the commission. To honor everyone's time and allow each person the opportunity to share their opinion, we ask that the speakers make an effort to minimize the repetition of similar questions that have already been addressed by the commission or staff. We will allow each speaker to utilize up to the full 5 minutes of time allotted. Following the completion of each speaker's comment, or public comment period, commissioners will ask staff for clarification as necessary to aid in our decision-making process. Tonight, we're also allowing for an exception to the rules of conduct about remaining seated during the meeting. If all available chairs are occupied, additional attendees may stand at the sides or the back of the room. Please remain in your location until you are leaving the commission chambers or are addressing the commission from the podium. There's a designated space for media and digital content creators in the center of the rear portion of the chamber. That's red spot, right? Just kidding. All right, with that said, I need a motion to approve Yes.
You should probably mention about people from townships being able to speak during.
Everybody who's got a comment, whether township or not, will be able to speak. Okay? I need a motion to approve the business agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next up is the consent agenda.
Approval of the minutes from the October 21st, 2025 regular city commission meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I would move the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded for the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none. On to old business. Ordinance number O-16-25, a second reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 90 nuisance and Title 15 land usage Piqua Development Code.
Good evening. The case before you, or the ordinance before you, ordinance 01625 is in its second reading. There have been no changes since the previous meeting. If there are any questions, we can address them.
Any questions from commissioners? There are no public comment cards on this. That'll serve as a second reading then. Next on our agenda is ordinance number O-17-25.
An
Second
ordinance,
reading. Go ahead.
an ordinance authorizing the establishment of a loft rental special revenue fund.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This ordinance creates the fund for the financial activity at the lofts. This is the second reading, and nothing's changed since the last reading. I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, any questions on this ordinance? No questions? There are no public comment cards for this ordinance. So, that'll serve as a second reading. Next up is new business. Ordinance number O-18-25.
An ordinance declaring the improvement to certain real property located in the city of Piqua, Ohio, to be a public purpose, declaring such improvement to be exempt from real property taxation pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 7509-40B, requiring the owners thereof to make annual service payments in lieu of taxes, describing the public infrastructure improvements to be made that will directly benefit the real property, establishing a public improvement tax increment equivalent fund for the deposit of service payments, authorizing the execution of one or more compensation agreements with Piqua City Schools and the Upper Valley Career Center, and together with related authorizations, and declaring an emergency.
Yep, go right ahead, sir.
Good evening, Commission. I'm going to walk through a brief PowerPoint, if we could put that up on the screen here.
Yeah, can someone turn those TVs on?
Thanks, Shane. Okay. The presentation I'm going to present to you here will address both the TIF ordinance item, the first item in new business, and also the resolution item that follows on the agenda pertaining to the agreements. I'll start by highlighting the overall 1,168 acre tract of land that has been positioned for economic development. The slides are getting a little ahead of me here. I'm not sure who's controlling that. And then I'll shift to providing details on the specific project that is prepared to move forward with developing the 607 acre portion of the subject land to the west side of the property. We could go to the next slide. So the 1,160 acre tract of land that has been assembled at the south edge of the community for the purposes of developing a Class A business and industrial park that will target research, technology, and advanced manufacturing end uses. At full build out, it is estimated that the site could support more than 6 million square feet of building improvements and over 2,000 jobs, translating into billions of dollars in fixed asset investment, billions of dollars in annual economic output, and hundreds of millions of dollars in employee wages and salaries. Next slide. So this map shows the planned business and industrial park area highlighted in blue, which is all of the property that has been annexed. The annexations have occurred over the past 3 years, with the first occurring in September of 2022 and the last 3 occurring earlier this year in 2025. Each annexation was approved in a public hearing held by the City Commission, and each property was assigned an I-2 heavy industry zoning following a public hearing held by the Planning Commission to discuss the appropriate zoning designation for the properties. In all total, there were no less than 8 public hearings at which the annexation and zoning items were discussed prior to being approved. And I would note there are really 3 primary developer interests involved in advancing the development of this tract. The first is Bruns Upper Valley Development, who owns land to the south of Farrington Road along County Road 25A and I-75. The next is Piqua Land Company, who owns the western portion of the land north of Farrington. And the last is Piqua Materials, who controls the remaining acreage south and north of Farrington Road, east of County Road 25A. As stated previously, the focus is on attracting research, technology, and advanced manufacturing type end users to the site, all of which are Jobs Ohio targeted industries and align nicely with the workforce in our region. The land is located within a community reinvestment area, an opportunity zone, and we are also proposing that it be designated with a tax increment financing designation. For those who might not be aware, a community reinvestment area is an economic development tool that was created by the state of Ohio many years ago that encourages new investment in designated areas of a community by allowing property tax exemptions as an incentive. The incentive is used both for commercial and residential projects and by both large industries and small businesses. Opportunity zones are an economic development tool that was created by legislation at the federal level when the adoption of the budget in 2017, and they're intended to spur economic growth in distressed census tracts by offering tax benefits to investors who would invest there. And then lastly, the tax increment financing is a development tool used in the majority of the states in the country that captures the increase in property tax revenue that's produced by a development project to pay for the public infrastructure necessary to enable the development project to occur. So in other words, if not for the public infrastructure, the project can't happen, but it's by way of the project investment and leveraging that investment and the increase in valuation that it creates that we're able to pay for the public infrastructure for the project. With all those tools, the taxing entities continue to receive 100% of the taxes they currently receive with no decrease. These tools are designed to encourage investment activity that leads to expansion in the tax base and subsequently an increase in tax revenues that go to the local taxing entities that provide essential services to the community. Next slide. A little about the site. So many of you probably realize this site is located in close proximity to exit 78 on I-75. It's got very convenient access with the County Road 25A 5-lane corridor, and it makes it very suitable for industrial development and the access that it provides. It's adjacent to the existing corporation limits and the existing utility infrastructure, so it makes it reasonable to be able to extend the utilities to the site that are necessary to facilitate development here. That said, there are significant public infrastructure improvements that will be needed to develop the track overall. It'll include increased road width and intersection improvements that will be constructed to support anticipated additional traffic volumes. It'll include water mains being extended, booster stations and water towers as necessary being installed. It'll include sanitary sewer mains being extended and pump stations as necessary being installed, and electric transmission lines and distribution lines being extended and substations as necessary being installed. Next slide. So just a little bit of history here in terms of how we got into this point in the discussion. I'll take us back to 2007, which is when the community last updated its comprehensive plan. And through that planning initiative, which engaged a very large cross-section of stakeholders in the community and throughout the surrounding area, this acreage that we're talking about this evening was identified as a strategic growth area for the community. In 2020, the Statler Farms, as we know it, went up for auction, and the property was purchased by Piqua Materials at the auction sale. In 2021, the I-75 Corporate Park, just east or south of exit 78 there, controlled by Bruns General Contracting, they had a ribbon cutting and essentially opened the park for business. So development at the interchange had already started to occur. And then in that same year, Grow Piqua Now commissioned a study to look at what types of industries would be most suitable for not just this acreage, but other development acreage that is positioned for those opportunities as well. 2022 led to Jobs Ohio reaching out across the state, looking for sites that were over 50 acres. Really, they were looking for sites that were over 100 acres or several hundred acres in size. Because of the nature of the prospects or leads that we were seeing, which were continuously or repeatedly asking for several hundred acres and the like. So that came from Jobs Ohio. We responded to that, knowing that this property was in play. And then in 2023, we received some developer interest from the Piqua Land Company, who is represented here this evening. And we began conversations with them, which led us to a dialogue with an end user prospect who we'll be talking about here this evening. Next slide. So with that interest in the property and now having three partners who controlled the entirety of the acreage, and we're all committed to the development of the tract of land with the highest and best uses, we began in earnest with the utility planning and traffic impact study work. We went through the process, as I mentioned previously, of completing some additional annexations, putting in place the land entitlements, which is really establishing what the zoning of the property is and what development standards are applicable to help manage the growth and development that happens there in a manner that is responsible to surrounding properties and the community at large. We went forward with beginning planning and design work on utility and roadway infrastructure based upon what the studies were telling us that we needed to be ready for with regards to the forecast for water and sewer capacities and roadway capacities. And then the project interests began their due diligence to really make sure there weren't any impediments to their interest in developing the site. All along, we continued and we do continue to this day, to engage with site selectors who represent a variety of different end user prospects, and we've received over half a dozen follow-ups from site selectors representing Fortune 500 companies who see this site as something that's very promising and of interest to them. Next slide. So I'm going to shift our attention now to the specific project that we're here to talk about this evening. Following the interest that we received in 2024, we really began to focus on vetting the project. And the agenda items this evening pertain specifically to an enterprise data center project planning to develop 607 acres north of Farrington Road along the east side of Washington Road. Over the past year, since we received that initial inquiry, we've had numerous meetings with the developer and the project representatives, City of Piqua, Economic Development, Planning, Utilities, Power, Finance, Administrative leaders, and others, as well as the City Commission members have participated in a number of meetings with that group and carefully vetted the project to work through items that were of concern or perceived to be of concern and to mitigate any risk factors that were identified. And ultimately to agree upon the terms that would produce a win for the community if this project were to go forward. Next slide. So again, we're talking about a 607 acre site along Washington Road. There is a data center, there will be data center improvements that will consist of 2 buildings. And those buildings will include designs that have a combination of building design and equipment deployment that mitigates noise, includes the use of advanced liquid cooling systems to reduce fan noise. They'll use acoustical louvers, screening, barrier walls, and other techniques as necessary to mitigate those concerns that we often hear about. In addition to conforming with building, fire, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing codes, all of the improvements will be subject to complying with the local development standards which address building height, area, setbacks, landscaping, transition buffers, screening, parking, site access, lighting, noise, stormwater management, erosion and sediment control, and much, much more. Likewise, the project will be subject to all permitting requirements that might come through the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, or any of the other regulatory agencies that have rules that may be applicable to the end user that we're discussing here. Next slide. So the project, as it relates to jobs, initially during construction, will result in there being more than 1,000 workers on the site at the peak of construction over the course of 3 to 5 years. In addition, there will be several hundred employees of local service providers that will be contracted by the company annually once they're operational to support their ongoing needs. And for the data center itself, there will be 50 full-time employees earning an average of over $100,000 per year plus benefits, performing their daily work activity at the data center location. The project will produce over $150 million in wages over the course of construction, the construction period, and $6.25 million annually in FTE wages once operational, plus the wages of the several hundred employees the company will contract through local service providers. Next slide. So their overall investment here is $1 billion in fixed asset investments by the company. The data center company will contribute $77 million at the front end of the project to fund 100% of the public water, sewer, and roadway improvements necessary to the project. That includes nearly $9 million in roadway improvements, $52 million in water and sewer infrastructure, and some $16 million in landscaping, hardscaping, buffering, and other appropriate measures. Once the data center is operational, all the eligible local nonprofits will be invited to receive funding assistance through the company's annual Community Action Grant Program. One of the things we heard from them repeatedly is that they like to be very supportive of the community and a good corporate citizen, and they put their money where their mouth is, quite honestly. Next slide. Economic impact. The economic impact of this project is frankly enormous. both during the 3 to 5 year construction period. The construction impact represents an $864 million gross economic output. There'll be a $206 million contribution to the gross domestic product. During the life of the operations, the annual operational impact translates into $63 million in gross economic output and $13 million in contribution to the GDP. Next slide. On the power side, as it relates to the project, so during the construction period, the Piqua power system will deliver the power to support the construction activity. The cost of all electric infrastructure improvements necessary to deliver the construction power will be paid 100% by the data center company. In addition to providing construction power to the project, the improvements will strengthen the Piqua power system distribution network, a benefit that will be enjoyed by all of its customers. The data center local infrastructure contribution plus the electric revenues Piqua Power will receive during the construction period will result in a substantial net gain to the Piqua Power system. And then ultimately, once the buildings are constructed and the site improvements are ready for use, operations power will be delivered at transmission voltages through an agreement between AES and the data center, meaning neither the city of Piqua nor the Piqua Power System will be responsible for the delivery of power or any of the infrastructure upgrades necessary to serve the large power loads required by the data center operations. Further, the AES transmission infrastructure serving the data center will be separate from and in no way dependent upon Piqua Power System distribution infrastructure. And Piqua Power System customers will continue to enjoy the reliable service and stable rate structure that Piqua's municipally owned power system provides by way of its being a member of American Municipal Power, which is a not-for-profit wholesale power service provider who owns its own generation facilities and is owned and governed by its 130 member communities. We have an excellent power system in Piqua Power that most communities are quite honestly envious of. Next slide. On the water and sewer side of things, the data center will pay for all of the cost, 100% of the cost, to extend the water and sewer infrastructure necessary to serve the project, and will connect to the City of Piqua water and sewer systems and pay the applicable rates for the water and sewer services they utilize. The Piqua water and wastewater plants both have significant excess capacity, with the water treatment plant capable of producing 6.7 million gallons per day and currently producing only approximately 2.2 million gallons a day. And the wastewater treatment plant capable of treating 8.2 million gallons per day and currently treating only 4.4 million gallons per day, meaning both plants can handle the 2 million gallons per day seasonal peak demand that may be generated by the data center. In all actuality, their demands will be much less during the non-peak times. The additional utility revenues from the sale of water and sewer service to the data center will in effect stabilize the current rates for all of Piqua's water and wastewater customers. The data center will use an advanced liquid cooling system that recirculates the water received multiple times excuse me, and discharges only a fraction of that volume as effluent. As with any other, get a little drink of water. As with any other industrial customer, established effluent quality limits preclude the data center from discharging any water with substances exceeding the allowable limits of what the wastewater treatment plant is designed to treat. Excuse me. The project does not include wells or the use of groundwater, and there is no effluent being discharged into the ground or the storm system. The stormwater management requirements will ensure the release of the stormwater from the site is the same or less as it is today and of equal or better quality. Next slide. So this little graphic here is intended to show you the current water production of the water treatment plant, the line at the bottom in blue, and then the line above it, the line in green, represents what the production may look like during peak periods for the data center. As it exists today, the water treatment plant operates at about 33% of its capacity. With the data center online, it would operate during peak demand at 63% of the plant's capacity. Excuse me. Next slide. All right, so key deal points. So the project will receive a 15-year, 100% tax exemption on the taxes resulting from the increase in the improvements valuation, meaning tax entities will continue to receive the current land and improvements valuation taxes, and there will be no decrease in the existing tax revenue received by those entities. The school districts and the city will each receive a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot is what's commonly referred to, during the tax abatement period, with the Piqua City School District estimated to receive over $1 million per year as a result of that pilot payment, and that comes from income and property taxes in the pilot. The JVSD, the Joint Vocational School District, Upper Valley Career Center, is estimated to receive the equivalent per their tax rate, which represents over $150,000 a year in property taxes and pilots. And the city of Piqua is estimated to receive over $1.8 million annually in income and property taxes and pilot payments. This does not include the spike in income taxes expected during the construction period, which will benefit both Piqua City School District, who charges a small income tax under certain circumstances, and the city of Piqua. Next slide. I think we're behind one more. Thank you. So the project, if approved this evening, if the TIF ordinance, which is what we're here for this evening, is to adopt the ordinance and the agreements that would support the project being able to move forward. The TIF would provide for a 30-year, 100% TIF designation that will produce pilots when the increase in the land and improvements valuation, with the school district receiving all of the land valuation increase in taxes as a payment in lieu of taxes, which results in a significant increase to the school district as compared to the property taxes currently collected. The city and the company would split the remaining portion of the TIF revenues, which is essentially all of the improvement valuation increase in taxes, and that comes in the form of a payment in lieu of taxes is the legal terms. And that is what then would be utilized to pay for all of the public infrastructure improvement, not just at the data center site, but even beyond in the entirety of the business and industrial park. So in the packet, there's an exhibit. There's two columns. One represents the $77 million that the company will contribute up front, which pays for all of the infrastructure on day one that's necessary to the site improvements at the data center. And then the other column, the $78 million that's labeled city, is the future improvements that are necessary, roadway, water, sewer, for all of the adjacent sites that are within the 1,168 acres that are not covered by the investment from the company. Next slide. So on the power side, the data center again pays for all city power infrastructure improvements necessary to deliver construction power to the site. The data center use of Piqua Power for construction period results in a substantial short-term revenue boost to Piqua Power. And the Piqua Power system improvements paid for by the data center will remain the property of Piqua Power and support the delivery of service for future projects that develop in the business and industrial park. Zero cost to the city. And then lastly, the permanent power for the data center operations is delivered via the transmission grid at a high voltage level and does not utilize the local power network or services. That is entirely between the data center and AES. Next slide. On the water and sewer side, here again, the data center pays for all of the city water and sewer infrastructure improvements necessary to deliver the water and sewer services to the site, and ultimately pays for all of the water and sewer and roadway improvements for the entire 1,168 acres if the TIF revenues generate that amount. The data center use of Piqua water and wastewater services result in a substantial revenue boost to water and wastewater funds, and the water and sewer improvements paid for by the data center will be owned by the city of Piqua and support the delivery of service to future projects in the business and industrial park. And then lastly, the water and wastewater systems will continue to operate with an available capacity for future community needs. Next slide. So to summarize all of that, the city and the school districts received increased tax revenues. The project pays for infrastructure improvements that support the current and future economic expansion opportunities. The city utilities receive increased revenues and continue to operate with excess capacity to serve the community's interest. And the community is positioned for significant economic growth opportunities. It is widely understood and has been seen in other instances where a data center leads in terms of the initial development, and the advanced manufacturing and technology users follow and end up coming to that locale as well. Next steps, what we have before you this evening is asking for the approval of the TIF ordinance and the agreements, which would allow for us to execute the development agreement, water and sewer agreement, and the TIF agreement with the project. There is a power agreement. The framework for the power agreement has been agreed upon in principle. We're still hammering out some of the finer details, and that will be brought forward to the City Commission at a future date for approval as well. Worth noting here as well is the TIF ordinance includes as an exhibit a resolution adopted by Piqua City Schools and Upper Valley Career Center accepting the school compensation agreement terms that were presented and approving or effectively supporting the creation of the TIF designation and moving forward with it as described here this evening. And then once that happens, the next step would be to begin construction on the public infrastructure improvements, which will mean advertising for bids, authorizing the award of contracts. Once we have bids, all of that language I referenced earlier will trigger the data center company to have to deposit the necessary funds equal to the contract amount or the bid amount into an escrow account. So the city is assured that the funds are available to complete the work that is being authorized. All of those contracts would come before the City Commission for authorization, just as with any other public infrastructure improvement project. And we ultimately would oversee the construction, building those improvements with the projects or the data center's money funding it. And then complete the permitting and project construction. So while we're pretty far down the path here in terms of the legwork that needs to be done, there's still a lot of work that still has to happen. The company will go through the process of securing building and zoning and all other applicable permits, just as any other development interest would, whether it was Walmart or local business or whatever. They are obligated to do those things and conform with all of the applicable standards, both the local development standards and all of the other regulatory agencies that have a say in the matter. They will have to secure the appropriate necessary permits from those entities. And at that time, most likely sometime later next year, should the project be approved this evening, they would move forward. Next slide. So I'm actually done. I'm sure that was plenty. I'm going to, if I may, Commissioners, introduce Brian Stone from Piqua Land Company, who is the primary developer interest associated with the project that we're talking about here this evening, and just ask him to say a few words about who they are.
Thank you. Commissioners, Brian Stone here on behalf of the Piqua Land Company. City staff has done a really good job of laying out the rationale and the steps that have we've all taken over the course of more than a year to get to this evening. As Chris mentioned, this is the next step, a necessary step among many other steps that we'll need before the project is able to move forward fully. But we're here to answer any questions that the commissioners might have, and are excited to be here this evening. One thing to note, as Chris had mentioned during his comments, there are 3 development interests that are represented by tonight's application. There is the Piqua Land Company, who I'm here on behalf of, the project itself, and Piqua Materials. We have entered into an agreement with Piqua Materials to co-develop this property as industrial and commercial, and not as a quarrying operation. So that is a new update on our end. Again, happy to answer any questions as they're presented, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Also attending this evening is Caleb Bell, our legal counsel on this project, who helped guide us through the discussions and make sure we dotted i's and crossed t's. Caleb, can you say a word?
Thank you, Chris, commissioners. Very nice to see you all. Again, my name is Caleb Bell. I'm the partner in charge of public finance at Braden Law Firm. I have, of course, been working with you all directly on the project for nearly a year. We've heavily negotiated a number of the documents, the TIF financing, the school district agreement, and we're pleased to be here tonight to support the city. I think that in a project like this, when the schools and the city are able to come together with the project sponsor, and you have a reasonable negotiation where you're getting things out of the company like we have here, I think that merits recommendation. So happy to answer any questions as they come up.
Commissioners, any questions? Oh, let's start.
Well, the presentation was being given. I got that phone call,
You gotta go.
and I gotta go take care of my wife. I apologize to you guys. Not so much because I have to leave and take care of my wife. She is my priority. But my guess is that everything from here on out is going to pass unanimously with my absence tonight. I'm sorry about that.
Mayor, I would move that we excuse Commissioner Simmons. I'll second that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. He's excused. Would you like to speak, Commissioner DeRock?
Absolutely. Mr. Schmeezing, how long have we been meeting on this project?
That was July of 24 when we first were introduced, and so over a year.
Okay. I'm going to give you my answer first to the next question I'm going to ask you, so bear with me here. And my question to you is going to be, what is the importance of economic development for a city? Why do we undertake this endeavor? But first I'm going to answer it, and then I'm going to ask you if our answers are similar, or if there's something I missed, or if you disagree with me. The reason why I believe it's important for cities to undertake economic development activities is because economic development is about private capital investment in municipalities. And the reason we need private capital investment, and it is because that is the manner in which the city captures its revenue. And why does the city need revenue? The city needs revenue to provide the services that you all demand and expect from the city. If there's not economic development or economic activity within the city, the only place the city has to capture that revenue is on your taxes, whether it be in your income tax or on your utility fees and your utility rates. The more consumers and customers you have contributing into that revenue stream, the easier it is for the city to maintain and to keep those costs steady and predictable. Those services range from When you turn on your faucet, water comes out. When you flush your toilet, water goes away. When you turn on your light switch, your lights come on. When it snows, the snow gets moved from the street. Just to name a few. It also includes our parks, our recreation activities, and those other things. Chris, what'd I miss?
I think you just did a very good job of describing the importance of continued economic expansion and increasing your tax base so that you can keep pace with inflationary trends and needs of a community.
My next question is specifically, my next couple of questions are specifically regarding the TIF. Because I understand your presentation was on all of the ordinances and the resolutions that are going to be before us, and I appreciate you condensing it all into one presentation. But the TIF, that agreement is an agreement that is essentially a three-party agreement in our case, or four-party, between the developer, the city of Piqua, the City of Piqua School Board, and the Upper Valley Career Center. Is that correct?
I would say project versus developer, but yes.
Okay, project. The school board, this has already been in front of. Did they support this?
They have passed a resolution of support for this TIF ordinance, yes.
In the Career Center?
They have done the same.
Got it. What's the school and the Career Center get out of this?
So if you were to look at the property taxes collected today, it's a very nominal amount because it's agricultural land subject to CAUV. The increase in property tax on just the land increase is effectively $1 million per year. So it's a pretty substantial fiscal gain or outcome for the school district with very few very little student population, if any, as a byproduct of the use.
So, not to put words in the school board's mouth, but essentially they realized that 0, 0 is 0. So if they didn't approve this, they would get 0. But by approving this, now they have increased their yearly revenues by, we'll just say roughly $1 million.
Correct, and the TIF actually also is beneficial to them in that these increase in valuations that will occur as a result of the development are not tied to their formula funding. So they don't see a negative hit from the state on the formula funding as a result of the TIF being adopted, which is a good thing.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the Career Center, I'm assuming, approve this because while their number may not be as large, it is a similar scenario for them as well.
I think that's a fair statement, and they're also community-minded and respect the local school district's position and tend to reflect that.
Okay, so now on to us. What do we get out of this?
Right. So for the city, as I've described, there's a significant amount of income tax that will be generated from the construction activity. There's a continuing income tax amount that will be generated by the FTEs. There's a significant amount of indirect economic impact that will result from the other businesses in the community that will supply goods and services to the project during construction and afterwards. There is the ongoing participation in the community from the company and their support in terms of being civic-minded. But most importantly is their investment in the community, the $1 billion investment, the increase in land valuation.
Hold on, what was that number?
$1 billion.
Okay.
In addition to the resulting increase in valuation that it creates on their property, not necessarily others, but their property and within that development area, which generates a significant amount of payment in lieu of taxes in this case, which eventually at the end of the TIF period becomes additional tax revenues to the schools or other taxing entities.
In your presentation, you mentioned something about pilot payments. We briefly touched on the school board's pilot payment, and I know you mentioned the Career Center's pilot payment, but the question now is, what is the city's pilot payment?
So the pilot payment is $735,000 a year per building during the abatement period. So it's a 15-year abatement period, so for each of those 15 years, there's $735,000 pilot payment to the city for each building. And there are 2 buildings planned currently.
The developer to the city.
From the project to the
Project.
city. Yeah.
I'll get it right. Okay, just to clarify that. My next couple questions, as we're jumping from the 30,000 foot view here down to some more specific questions and questions that I've been asked that I think are important to address. The first one, still kind of broader, is who pays for the infrastructure improvements to get where we have our existing water, sewer, power, right? Because we just annexed in this land, we don't have those utilities out there. We need to run them out there to connect. Who pays for that?
In this particular instance, the end user, the developer, the project, will be the ones footing the bill to extend the water and sewer and make the roadway improvements necessary to their project.
Okay, so they're paying for it, and that leads me to my next question. If they're paying for it, then when it's there, who owns it?
The city ends up receiving that property. We own and control it and can use it for the benefit of both that project and the surrounding properties.
So we can add on to it for possible future development.
That's correct.
And we don't have to have their permission to do it.
That is correct.
Wow. So now that we know that that they're paying for it, help me clarify in the ordinance for the TIF Exhibit C. It lists the cost of the company, the city cost estimated. It was my understanding, based off of the presentation and the conversations that we've had over numerous meetings, that, and as you just confirmed, that the city was not going to have to upfront any cost. If I didn't know any better, I would assume, based off of this, that the city is somehow on the hook for $7 to $8 million. Please tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Thank you.
We're correct in your assertion. The city is not responsible for any of the cost, nor do we intend to incur any cost of that magnitude as a result of what you're discussing here this evening. What you're looking at in the packet is a table that describes, for the sake of the ordinance and the legal requirements associated with it, what the TIF revenues can be used for. And so the project, as I've mentioned, has about $77 million of infrastructure needs, water, sewer, and roadway, specific to their site, the 607 acres, and what they will need to be able to operate. The second column, the $78 million, is roadway, water, and sewer on all of the other portions of the 1,168 acres that will be needed, that the TIF revenues, when they start to come in, can be used to pay for that.
Perfect. My next couple of questions are going to be specifically towards water. So, Mr. Craney, you may want to get close to a microphone here, because I believe these are coming your way. So in Mr. Schmiesing's presentation, there was a graph that was put up about the current, well, one, the top line was, I believe, the capacity of the plant, where we are now with use of the capacity, and where we would be expected if this is, can you explain that to me?
That's pretty correct. So yeah, the red line on the top was the capacity at just 6 to 6.75 million gallons per day. The blue line was our historical usage since the plant went online, and then I superimposed, like, if the data center was here the last 8 years, what their water needs would have been on top of our historical use.
So what's the capacity of the plant?
6.7.
What are we currently operating at?
Today, we're under 2 million today, but average a year about 2.2 million.
2.2 of 6.7?
Yeah.
At the peak of this, where would we be at capacity?
So if, by the development agreement, the peak that we would ever need to give them on a day would be 2 million gallons. We would anticipate that maybe a couple days in the hottest, muggiest part of the summer. So that 2.2 currently, if that happened in August, they needed 2 million, we'd go to 4.2 million.
So based off of what is in our development agreement and what we have been informed for this particular data center, is that their peak for a couple days a year would be 2 to 2.2 million gallons?
There's 2 million gallons.
2 million.
The development agreement says, the water portion.
Got it. So we're not doing 5 million gallons?
No, and we're not even doing the 2 million gallons every day of the year. It is just the peak when they need it. They work like an HVAC. You know, the summer, hot, humid, they're gonna need the most water. December 31st, when it's 15 degrees, they're not gonna use much.
Got it. Specifically on water, we just talked about the capacity of the plant, right? Where does the plant draw its water in?
3 sources, Great Miami River, which is the largest by volume, Earth's Quarry, which is off of Piqua, Washington, and then Swift Run Lake.
And
3 sources.
what's the capacity there?
Well, the capacity depends on the rain. I mean, even in drought conditions.
Yeah, let's do worst case scenario.
Worst case conditions like we had a month ago when
Yeah.
it hadn't rained in 2 months, there's still 35 million gallons going down the Great Miami River every day.
35,
35.
and we're talking 4.2 at peak, between their peak and what we currently do?
Yeah, if they were online completely on a peak day, we maybe 4.2 right now.
Okay, well, that addresses that. There, you've already addressed the average part for me. The current, all right, I think I only have one more here to ask, and that's the gentleman from the Piqua Land Company said, if this development moves forward, that the one long time ago before I came up here, possibility of having a rock quarry in that location is now no longer a thing?
That's correct.
Okay. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll yield back.
Commissioner Hone.
Thank you. Kevin, probably don't go too far. I'll start with water. Sorry. And I want to address this to the public a little bit as well. Thank you for all your questions, Commissioner DeBras. You were able to let me skip through a lot of mine. But I want to highlight the difference between this project and some of the other projects that people have perhaps seen around the country. There's a lot of concern about overusage of water. There's a few specific instances, we'll even call them horror stories, of cities that allowed various industries to tap wells and essentially sucked the groundwater out from under the city. Streams and rivers ran dry, ponds emptied out, and the community was left without water. Those are very specific instances, and those have happened with all kinds of industries over the past century. And the key difference here is that this is not well water. What happens with wells, and we've seen this with especially industrial farming across the country, is that if you want more water out of a well system, you just have to dig the deepest well, and that sucks it out from underneath everybody else's well. This is not the case that is going to be happening here, and so it's important to look at the specific circumstances of what this project is and what it's not, and the diligence that we've done in reviewing some of the analogous examples around the country and throughout history, and what caused their water issues and why that is not going to be the case here. Kevin, as you pointed out, that our source water that we're pulling from, again, not groundwater, we're not going to be sucking wells out from underneath people, it's all surface water. And the surface water capacity of the Great Miami said 135 million a day at worst.
No, about.
35 million at worst.
About 35, yeah. It's about 40 cubic feet per second is where we've seen what goes past the river, yes.
Gotcha. And so at peak with 2.2 million to municipal and 2 million to this project, and we'd be looking at 10 to 15% of that. Not nearly running it dry, as could be concerning. And it was something that, again, this commission, we've been aware of this project for over a year now, and we have asked this question numerous times in numerous ways, trying to make sure that our water is not going to be at issue here. I can tell you that actually Kevin, maybe you can explain it better. The part of this project involves a hard cap on the water that can be delivered to that location. Can you explain that?
Yeah, there's the development agreement in the water portion. There's 2 tiers. A tier 1 is the construction water, and that is in there is 500,000 gallons a day that they would use on site for construction, concrete, building the facilities. And then tier 2 is when the facilities go online, and that has a peak of 2 million gallons per day.
And so that leaves the plant with almost another 2 million, maybe a little bit more, in excess capacity for essentially, if we doubled the size of the city, doubled the number of water uses just in the city, we'd still have plant capacity with our current plant. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it, and also it has capacity to help build out the rest of this intersection.
And one of the features of our water plant, it's relatively new for this region of Ohio, and one of the features of it is that it's expandable. Is that correct?
Yeah, when they built it 8 years ago, they left. Part of the plant already can produce up to 10 million gallons. We'd have to put in a sedimentation basin, potentially some more sand filters, but it is an expandable facility where they left space for it to be expanded in the future, and that could potentially get up to 9.5, 10 million gallons with that expansion in the future.
One of the other concerns around water is water pricing, and I want to point to Detroit as an example of the opposite of what we're about to do here. What tends to happen to declining cities is their fixed cost for their infrastructure for water and electric, their fixed costs stay the same, but as people leave the city, as water users leave the city, those fixed costs have to be spread out over less and less people. We saw particularly egregious cases of that in Detroit over the last decade, where they've had such an exodus from their city that the remaining residents are having these absolutely insane water bills because their fixed infrastructure, again, is staying the same, but it's spread out over less and less people. Right now, our fixed infrastructure, we're only using 30% of it, but it's being spread out across the city. We're talking about being able to spread that out over a much broader base of use by giving us water, by selling us water to additional users. That will in fact lower the fixed cost that gets transferred off to the residents and help maintain water price stability into the future, as opposed to dramatically increasing the price.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement. This project, this company would probably become our largest water user. Definitely during the summer they would. And by that, we're never going to be able to keep rates stagnant or lower them if we don't sell more water. Our fixed costs are in our personnel, the loans on the plant. We have so much a year just to operate 2 million. To make 4 million, we're going to increase chemicals and power consumption are going to be our main increases. We're not increasing the loan. We're not increasing personnel. So some of the costs will go up to double that water, but not all of them. And that's how we can help keep our prices down or even lower them in the future with this new source of revenue.
Let's see here. So on to power. So we also looked at other examples around the country of various industries coming into towns, connecting to the power grid, and then the residents would see their electrical prices skyrocket. And one of the big differences here, again, this is a specific case, and the commission did specific diligence to try to make sure that that was not what was going to be the case here. And the biggest part of that is the dedicated AES line coming into the site. This site is not going to be plugging into the same residential power grid that your house is plugged into, and they're not going to be purchasing electricity from the same amp group that we're currently purchasing electricity from. And so what happened in some of those other cases is that the industry plugs into the same grid that the houses are on, and then they outbid all the residents, causing the electricity prices to go up. Because this is coming out of a different pool. You have the AMP pool that we're pulling from, that we buy out of. This will be purchasing out of AES, which is a different pool. And so it's not going to it's not going to dramatically outbid everybody out of the AMP pool. Another part of the uniqueness of Piqua that makes this an ideal location is that Piqua, unlike many cities, owns our own power generation, quite a few power plants actually. And owning our own power helps us keep control of pricing, whereas a lot of cities don't own their own power and they're just at the mercy of the market. We are able to generate our own power with the various plants that we have that helps keep things in check. Does anybody from the city want to comment on that, about power and specifics?
Yeah, Commissioner, thanks. So you summed up pretty well. What you're referring to are purchase power agreements through AMP. We own percentages of various generation facilities. Those are fixed prices for the most part. Those prices are stable. The city of Piqua utility rates and the power system have been stable since 2014, largely because of those purchase power agreements. And you're correct to touch on the fact that AES will be serving the operational load for this customer. It will not affect directly the rates inside the city. I'll also mention the construction power that we do intend to serve to the customer will result in a very large infrastructure investment that the customer will fund, and it will also be a large customer during that period of time, resulting in some revenue for the general fund and for the power system.
Actually, thanks for segueing into my next point, which is that infrastructure that will be paid for by the project. Mr. Schmeezing, if I understood your answer to Commissioner DeBras correctly, there'll be substantial real infrastructure being built on the project's dime for water and electric distribution in that area that the city will then own. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And after that is built and transferred into the city's custody, we'll be able to utilize that for further development down in that region.
Also correct.
And currently there's not significant electric and water distribution in that region. If we wanted to do other development down there, we'd have to pay for all that infrastructure to get down there. Is that correct?
Correct again.
That's a great example of investment attracts more investment. This will not only be itself a good project for the city, but it's going to create the climate and the infrastructure to support further increases in industry, which has been a very constant request from the citizens for years now. We need to be able to attract business to Piqua. Piqua has not grown significantly in decades. We've had significant increase in industries coming to our area, and that's tough. But this is going to bootstrap the possibility of having a lot more industry coming to this town, the likes of which people have been requesting. I'll just make another comment about the TIF. I believe Commissioner DeBras summed it up very well. For me and how it helps inform my vote, the school board, they deliberated on this quite a bit for quite a while. They were looking at this. They had thought they were going to vote on it many months ago, and they looked at this very hard for several months. And they ultimately they voted to approve it. Is that correct?
That's everything you said is accurate, yes.
The school board is obviously charged with making good decisions for the school district and the students that are in it. And so their approval indicates to me that this is good for Piqua school systems and it's good for Piqua students. You know, by the numbers, they'll be getting approximately an extra $1 million per year that they would have otherwise not gotten if that land were to remain as it is. And not a significant increase in student population, which means that those dollars are largely going to be spread out over the existing students. So more dollars per student is what I'm seeing out of this. Onto the way that the land was put together. So the city has obviously annexed quite a bit of all of this land into the city. The annexing is not the same as us purchasing it. Is that correct?
Yeah, the city has simply responded to requests from property owners with the developer's participation to annex their property. We did not initiate the annexation, nor does the city own the property.
And the city never owned those properties, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the transfer of those deeds was from private individuals to the Piqua Land Company. The city was no middleman in any of that.
No, correct.
And if I wanted to sell my house or buy another house, the city doesn't get much of a say in that. And that was the same here. The purchases of this land were all voluntary by the existing owners. The city has no authority to tell someone they can't sell their land. And then I want to touch briefly on the emergency and the waiving of the 3 readings. I would ask my fellow commissioners that we waive 3 readings for this, and that we accept that this emergency designation. And I want to talk about that a little bit because we've had several emergency ordinances and resolutions over my time here, and a lot of times those come up because something got forgotten, something got missed, something got filed wrong, or something came up unexpected. And while this is an emergency on paper, it is not an emergency in the same type of way that those other emergencies occurred. This was well planned and known by the commission. All of us discussed over the past year that this project had several steps in its timeline, all of which were subject to possible delays. And we had talked amongst ourselves about if this was required, if there was significant delays in certain parts of the project, and then it came down to the final ordinance, that we would treat it as an emergency to maintain the timeline that we had talked about over a year ago. And so I won't speak for my fellow commissioners. I will say that we did talk about that, and that this would be a paper emergency, a pre-planned way of passing this on our proposed timeline. And for me, this emergency is not, again, like those other ones. It was something that I had expected and was aware of might happen, and that is why it is like this tonight. And with that, Mayor, I'll yield back for now.
Commissioner Vett. Yeah, just one additional comment. I think that as a consumer of utilities, we're all quite happy about the fact that we use less utilities. My understanding is that when the water plant was put in, the new water plant was put in commission, people were using water at a certain level, but with increased efficiency, toilets and with dishwashers and shower heads and all kinds of things, plus the efficiency of electric utility appliances, we are actually using less than we were on an individual basis 8 years ago. And so that really speaks to me in terms of the number of consumers and the rate that we pay for basic utilities. And I think this is an agreement that will give assistance to that.
All right. And for me, I had probably 20 emails that had come through asking questions, and all the questions have been answered and will probably be answered again before the end of this. But all the questions, I've been going through them, have been answered. So with that said, I was going to ask those very same questions, but there's no need because the questions were answered. With that said, we're going to start with the public comment, and Jay Roman, you're up.
Let's start with me, don't we? All right. So first and foremost, I do want to come out and say, which might ruffle some feathers behind me, but I'm not against this. I'm not for it, but I'm not against it either. I'm sure a lot of people behind me that are going to come up here are probably on the opposite, but I'm kind of on the fence. There's other things that I'm kind of not even necessarily concerned about, but I just kind of want to address. Number one, I'm glad you brought up the 3 reading and abolishing that, because the 3 reading is there for a reason. And, these rules are all in place for specific reasons and should not just be discarded because of a timeline. So that is an issue that I have. I think that circumventing that for a timeline is more on the process side, and it's there for a reason. But the tax break thing, I was also kind of curious about. It's 100% tax break. Is that what you say, Mr. Schmazing? 100% tax break.
You gotta ask the questions here.
Okay, all right.
And then
Okay, is that correct? 100% tax break?
So we'll ask him. So I'm gonna give you your entire 5 minutes.
Okay.
So, but
Okay, all right. That's fine. Because I'm curious on how much of a 100% tax break is going to benefit the city, and that's a legit question. I'm not trying to be combative about that at all.
You're not.
But it does make me concerned how 50 people's income taxes is going to affect my life as a taxpayer. But granted, I understand the whole construction work and all that stuff as well, but eventually that's going to end. And then as long as I was reading the presentation right, that means that there's going to be 50 full-time employees, and their tax money is somehow going to affect my everyday life as a Piqua citizen. I don't really understand that. The environmental impact in itself is something that I'm pretty sure a lot of people that are going to be coming up here are going to be talking about, simply because, and not to pick old wounds, but this is obviously a topic that it's on a lot of people's minds, because there's not a good track record in just being open as far as the environmental impact. And another question that nobody brought up was, when I was doing research on this, I kind of found this. Data centers apparently have risk of terrorist attacks as well. That's something nobody brought up at all. So that's something else that I think should have at least been discussed. All the questions that were presented, it's just weird to me that one wasn't brought up, because you have cyber terrorist threats as well as physical. And on top of that, we have the police department working on some kind of contingency plan in case that were to happen. I don't know if that was, on the list of things that were discussed or not, obviously, but I think that's something that should be discussed, especially since I found something that in 2021 there was actually a thwarted terrorist attack on a data center. So I just think that that's something that should be considered as well. And another reason why the 3 reading rule should not be skipped over, because there's certain things that, other people can bring up question-wise that might not have been talked about, hence the terrorist threat. Hopefully that obviously isn't an issue, but I think it should at least be discussed. And then the other questions I was kind of curious about is, do we know if the cooling system that's being used will be open or closed loop? What will be used to cool it? And where will it be discharged to? I don't know if that's something that's kind of been brought up, but again, going back to the environmental issues, I think that's something that people are going to know. And this is just kind of a sidebar here, but I'm kind of jaded when it comes to being told my utilities won't be jacked up because of this, for obvious reasons. If anybody knows my initial fight of why I started coming in here and being told that my television and phone cord was the reason for my utility spikes from individuals in this same very building, I'm sorry if I'm not really trusting of the people, though some of the same people telling me that it's not going to have an impact, especially when there's proof of otherwise. That's kind of pretty much it. Again, I'm not against this by any means, but I am against getting rid of the 3 reading rule, and hard against getting rid of the three reading rule. Those are in place for a reason. So that's all I got. Thank you.
All right. So how much of the benefit of the tax at 100%, how much benefit to the city will it be?
So the tax break referred to is on the property tax, the increase in valuation as a result of the investment by the project. So if they don't make an investment, there is no increase in the valuation of the land or improvements. So they're getting a break on the fact that they're investing $1 billion. So they're being exempted from that increase in valuation that they're creating for a period of time. It's not on income tax. I think there was a reference to income tax. It has no bearing on income tax.
And to counter-example that a little bit, for instance, if there wasn't this TIF, this tax break involved, one might imagine, well, maybe they would generate $1.5 million or $2 million in tax revenue, but the reality is that it would still be 0 in tax revenue, because without the tax break, this project doesn't work.
That's exactly right. That's why they exist. They make the projects pencil, and it's what makes them go forward.
So they also said that it's only going to be 50 full-time jobs, but through the 3 to 5 year construction, how many jobs will be produced?
Yeah, over the period of construction, during peak construction, there could be upwards of 1,000 construction workers on the site. And those are machine operators and surveyors and engineers and all, all the
All
above.
paying taxes.
Yeah, and they're all subject to the city income tax. If they live in the city and also are working here, they're also subject to the school income tax.
And to address one of the specific points that you made, yes, construction projects do end, and that was one of the things I was trying to elaborate on with the infrastructure, the water and the electric being brought down to that area that doesn't currently exist, and that will then create a new area where new industries can come in. So while this main project might be done with construction in 5 years, the hope is that there will continue to be construction down there as new businesses are able to take out the advantage of the new utilities down in that region.
Will the system for cooling be open or closed loop? And where will the water be dumped out? Do we know?
I don't know if we know what type of system it is, other than it's a water system, a water-based cooling system.
Can you discuss
Excuse me.
Can you discuss the discharge requirements? 'Cause I think that's kind of where the key point of this is going.
Right.
Again, we've seen throughout the country various industries throughout the last few decades that maybe they're in a less regulated area. They'll just discharge their water onto the ground, into the river, or pump it down into underground where you can't see it. What's the requirements or limitations for this site that we've set up here?
Yeah, it's an advanced water cooling system, closed or open, I don't know that particular.
Okay.
It is, the discharge is for whatever effluent that they discharge, which will be just a fraction of the water that they actually receive. All of the water they receive will be from the city water system. Stated previously, there's no wells. And the amount that they discharge will go into the city's wastewater treatment system. And the qualities of that water will be below the quality limits for effluent as defined by the state of Ohio, which means it is perfectly suitable for treatment at our wastewater treatment plant.
What that term affluent in regards to water, I know maybe some people haven't heard that as a way to describe wastewater. What are some other examples of affluent wastewater? What kinds of other industries would be producing that? Is that what residential would be considered?
It's a general term for wastewater, but it's the water that is discharged back into the wastewater system by local industries after they have used it for whatever manufacturing or processing that they do at their business. This guy here is the expert.
Yeah, I mean, effluent is every city, every person that lives in the city, Hartsel, even flow, hospitals, everything goes to the wastewater plant. So when the term effluent, it's going to be what leaves their facility and goes to the wastewater treatment plant. Just as the 8,000 homes and everybody else.
Okay. All right, and as far as utility spikes, RJ, in the last, since 2014, have we seen an increase in the utility costs to the?
There's not been an increase in the base rates and utilities
Base
on the
rates.
power side. Yes.
And based on the proposition that we've got here, AES will be providing the direct energy to the project, is that correct?
Yes, correct. For operational power, AES will provide that power. We're contemplating providing the construction power, which will again result in a larger end user for the power system and all the revenues that are included with that. So we don't anticipate any direct causation of increased power rates from this project.
The point about the terror threat. The primary terror threat to a data center would largely be cyber. You're not going to be seeing a lot of physical attack on a data center. I'll admit it's a possibility. But largely what you'd be looking at is cyber, which might be quite devastating for that company, but it's not going to fall outside the server that's being cyber attacked.
And with the increase in income tax coming in, would there be contingency plans put in place for that?
For terrorist activities?
Yeah.
So if you think about it, since 9/11, we've essentially had all of our infrastructure be scrutinized. So whether it's a water treatment plant, power, in this case, a data center, which isn't under our purview of control, They individually or privately do take actions that are in line with federal standards. And so for us, it's really more about our infrastructure and not so much theirs.
And Mr. Oberdorf, for the general case of a terror threat, the city we've gone through kind of tabletop exercises and there's kind of plans in place for general emergencies. Is that correct?
Yes, post 9/11.
Michael Taylor.
Michael Taylor, West High Street here in Piqua. I too am against waiving the 3 reading rule. Reason being, we now have at least one unanswered question. One of the purposes of the 3 reading rule is that it gives people time to absorb all the information. There was a presentation, and as far as I know, a lot of new information given tonight in that presentation that's not online. So another reason for 3 reading is to give people a chance to absorb the information, hear other people's questions, respond. So potentially waiving it tonight leaves one unanswered question on whether the system's closed loop or not. So I am totally against it. You, I think, kind of implied that anticipated this might happen. Well, if that's true, you should have done something so it didn't happen, so that we had the 3 reading. This is a huge project. It appears to be a hot button project in the community, and to waive the 3 reading rule just leaves the impression that, yeah, we're just going to shove this one right on through. Now, maybe there's other adjustments you can make. I mean, if there's a risk of this project not going through, if these items don't pass tonight, I don't know, can you have special meetings or something else? You know, but just to say, well, you know, we're going to waive it and go on, I think it's a mistake. The land, I'm kind of confused who owns the land, and then more specific, and this is a hypothetical, so it may never happen. If the project, I think is our name of our customer here, if they were to stop making pilot payments, what would happen? What's in the contracts? What's going to be in the contracts? What would happen? What would happen to the land? Does that go back to the current owner today? I don't know. I'm assuming, based on our conversations tonight, that the city of Piqua has $0 in this project right now. That it's all other entities, Piqua Land Company, which that's new information. I didn't even know we had a Piqua Land Company. Okay, so we're getting a lot of new information, and it's like, whoa. Okay, so that's my question is, what happens if they go bankrupt, default, whatever? I think all the rest of my questions were answered.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate it. Who owns the land?
So the land is currently owned by the development interest, which is Piqua Land Company LLC, which is a private entity. It's not at all affiliated with the city of Piqua. And the question about the pilot payments, if the company stops making pilot payments, there's a minimum service payment obligation as part of the agreement, which binds them to have to continue to make the payments, and or is the property is recoverable as the lien, if you will, if something like that ever occurred where they weren't able to make the payment.
Well, wait a minute. Once you leave, you're done. Sorry, I wish I could answer. Once you leave, you're done. I'm sorry. You could stay up for the entire 5 minutes. That's why I said in the beginning. All right.
Mayor, I'd like to address the HVAC, and so, at the current place we are in design, there's not really information as to the specific designs of things, but the concern is environmentally, those regulations are in place, and so whether they're regulated through the city, through the EPA, in the federal government, all of those will have to be complied with and adhered to. So the designs go through the county building department and they sign off on it, and then anything that we accept in the effluent or for treatment would be under our regulatory umbrella.
Okay. Brent Jackson.
Brent Jackson on 2nd Street. I'm against waiving the 3 reading rule too, just for the simple fact this is all new information to me. I may have come to the game a little late, you guys are way ahead of me. But all I can think of is, if I want to put a business at a place with an economy that's dwindling, what's the best thing to do? And that's to put money in their hands. You put $1 billion out there, they're hooked, we're set, baby, let us in. So I don't think this is a good idea. And what I've read on data centers, even if they're getting better, is still noise pollution if they're running generators. It's just bad for the environment. It's not good for Piqua. So I really don't have any more questions with that, besides not waiving the 3 reading rule. Once I get more information, I'll be back next time, and I appreciate your attention.
All right, thank you. Jonathan Wessel.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Wessel. I live here in Piqua. I know there are many objections from some of my neighbors, some of which I share. Others are more hyperbolic, and even some arguments about why the industry should not exist at all. To me, the question tonight is not whether data centers should exist. They already do. They're everywhere. The question is whether or not we want to host one here under agreements that the city controls and benefits, or watch it go to another town and take the investment with it. A lot of what I've seen online, and I'm sure we'll hear some more tonight, compares this project to a fantasy benchmark. A hypothetical world where Piqua somehow lands a multi-$100 million investment with no incentives, full taxation, zero infrastructure obligations, 1,000 jobs with no additional traffic, no noise, and no disruptions to anyone. That world does not exist. Some of the challenges are real. The global data center build-out will continue to put upward pressure on electric rates, for example. But this will happen whether this is built in Piqua or Sydney or states away. So I'm not going to stand here and critique the deal that you have in front of you. I do think it's a good deal. But what I will critique is the means that got us here. So if we go back to the January commission meeting where these properties were annexed and rezoned, a member of the public came up and asked a very basic question. When you speak to future development, can you give me specifics of what that would look like? And we were told, paraphrasing, blah, 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 we seek the highest and best use, blah, 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 right? It was just bureaucratic theater. And before sitting down, Nick asked one more time, so you can't speak to any specific businesses? And the response from the staff was, quote, "This is a zoning designation request and nothing else." Nothing else. So that rings a little differently now. So if we rewind back to the November 2024 Planning Commission meeting, multiple residents came to this podium asking completely legitimate questions. How would this affect traffic, drainage, property values, noise? And one after another, city staff shrugged their shoulders and said, "We don't know yet, it's too early." And the best quote, "The request this evening is a zoning designation. That IH designation could have different users. So I don't know there is any way we could forecast anything one way or the other." I would encourage you to go back and watch the videos of those 2 meetings. You will see highly intelligent professionals, people who absolutely knew what was coming, pretending not to. You'll see residents talked down to, dismissed, and told their concerns were, quote, "putting the cart before the horse." Because in tonight's agenda packet, we see it in black and white. In August 2024, 2 months before that meeting, the city had already hired a law firm to, quote, "assist with the data center project." But you had no idea. So the city knew exactly what was coming. Yet the public was told repeatedly that staff had no idea. This is all just procedural. You guys employed a simple strategy. Play dumb, keep the public in the dark, and move the project along one harmless step at a time. When staff and the planning commission told neighbors of these parcels in November that it was too early and that the staff were, quote, just responding to an application, that wasn't true. When the staff told the public in January they didn't know what was planned, that wasn't true either. City leadership knew the intended use and scope of the project. There is no question, very early on, that they made some tacit evaluation of the feasibility and impacts before anything came into this chamber. And rather than level with the public, the city, and now we find out tonight, sounds like you guys as well, chose secrecy. So now a year later, we're all told the deal is done, the contracts are signed, the only thing left is our consent. Guys, this is not Washington politics. This should not be, let's pass the bill so we can see what's in it, right? This is real. We are your neighbors, and the ends don't justify the means. You knew, we're running out of time. You guys knew there'd be public backlash to this, but that was on you to be transparent. I fully believe that coming here today and pretending like it's an emergency is part of that strategy. So I agree with my neighbors. It's not an emergency. Hear people out. Let them digest this information. Thank you.
Want to say why it's an emergency? Explain why. The emergency part of it.
As you referenced earlier, the project was initially looking to advance several months ago, and through the school district's need to evaluate the item before them and giving them the proper courtesy of having that time to do so, it's now much later in the year than what was initially anticipated for the project to be able to finalize.
Excuse me.
The intended or stated need of the project has always been that they would like to close by the end of the year. And so that is where the emergency or the urgency comes from, is their desire to close on this project as soon as possible.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Schmeezing, a couple points to clarify. Well, Mr. Wessel brings up some dates in his comments. How many times between the first date he mentions and tonight could this possible deal have fallen apart or not become of existence?
Many times.
Many, we talking 3, 4, 10, 15, 20?
I mean, there were always instances where there were issues to be resolved until there weren't.
And in order for us to talk about or deliberate a TIF agreement, which is what this is about, before the school board and the career center weighed in, would be out of order of how these are done.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Kim Heisler.
Seconds, I haven't said a word. There's so many things, guys. I don't know if you checked your email. Just as these guys, do not waive the 3 reading rule. You guys have known. I don't care what you just said. We just found out about it. How many of you 4, and I'd like to hear a yes or a no, read every page of the agenda packet?
I read it.
Every page. So you know everything it says. How about you, Tom?
I haven't memorized. I never read.
How about you, Jim? How about you, Frank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, what did you say you did?
I don't know that I would remember it.
You don't know the remember. Okay, so we have at least one of you 4, and I'm so sorry Paul had to go home. He had such a terrible thing to go. I mean, and you guys didn't even give him a, we're sorry, wish you could be here.
We talked
Our
about
hearts
it
with
ahead
you.
of time. Thank you.
Okay, well, then Paul, I'm with you anyway. Okay, so a year and a half, it's an emergency. It's not. It absolutely is not. It might be for you guys, but for the people. Everything you've talked about tonight has been for money. The bottom dollar for the city. When you asked earlier, what's in it for us? You were meaning what is in it for the city, not what is in it for the people. I haven't heard anything that benefits the people. The thousands of jobs, yeah, that's great. Temporary. And the 50 that you mentioned full-time over 100,000, I don't think I saw any data centers that had over 35 people. How do we know that's true? Have you guys done impact studies? Anything to do with fire, safety, electric, anything that is going to be impacted by this big facility coming in here? If you've not, I'd say stop. It needs to be full transparency to us. We had 3 days to look at this, really 2.5. Unreasonable when you guys have been talking about for 1.5 years. Unconscionable. And for you guys to sit there and think, oh, you know, we did something great. Well, you could have announced it. Oh, and another thing, trade secret, executive sessions. There is nothing secret about the word data center. Nothing. So I don't know where you're coming up with that. I mean, it seems like things are being discussed behind closed doors, intentionally, like they said, leaving us out of it completely. Not a good idea. Not good at all. And I'd like to say, you guys need to table like every one of these from here on out, this ordinance, all the way through the resolutions. Because approving one and not approving the others could lead to, you know, more court cases. Not good, depending on how they are. I think they need to be tabled. People need to see what's happening. And just like it was mentioned before, the security, terrorist attack or cyber attack, whatever, it's really interesting and it is real. We have 3, I think, things that we've just recently purchased for cybersecurity. Vero being one, and there's 2 other cybersecurity written things for other issues that we have. And it's funny because we've been hacked like 2 times in the last month. Huh. And we were told that being on the cloud, oh, it's so safe. Oh yeah, we've been hacked. How can we trust anything? Just like Jonathan said. You guys are like saying one thing out of this side, oh, something completely over here. And the people are hearing every bit of it. It's so transparent, it's ridiculous. Why weren't there summaries in this agenda packet? It was so hard to read through. The numbers were like big numbers, but it was no summary, nothing. It's really hard to follow. And it's silly for you guys to think that we should just pass it in such a quick manner. About the water, the infrastructure. Okay, so we have the capacity. Mother Nature doesn't rain all the time. And what about all the data centers that are upstream from us? How are we going to know we're going to have enough water when the 2nd and the 3rd and the 4th data center is done? How do we know that? There's no guarantee. I say impact studies need to be done. And I sent you guys each an email, and I'm going to give you one when I get off here, to be added into the agenda packet for next time so everybody can see. But for the safety and the health.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Oh.
Your time's up.
And it would be really nice.
Your time is up.
If at the beginning you would have said, when you sit down and your time is still up, to let them know that it's done, you have no more time. That should have been mentioned at the beginning to give everybody a free time up here.
I said in the very beginning.
Yes, you have 5 minutes. Did you tell them if they sit down?
No,
it's
I read
over?
this whole thing that you weren't here for, that they had 5 minutes, so yes. Thank you. Have a seat. Yeah, pay attention. Kathleen Miller.
First, I would, Kathleen Miller, 1514 Madison Avenue here in Piqua. First, before I say any of my comments, I would like to simply say, though I'm not necessarily a fan of our government at all times, the citizens of Piqua are a fantastic group. We couldn't have a better city of people who are supportive of one another and are invested in making life better for their neighbors and their community every day. So These people are fantastic, which is why I'm looking at all of you as to why you are not better representatives for all of us. Months ago, it was lithium-ion batteries. You never shared with any of us that that was going on. It was found out that it was happening. It is known globally, the danger of these items to our water, to our air, to our soil, and yes, it was taken on for an economic impact again at the expense of the health of your citizens, which is unacceptable. Next to our bike path, remember our logo that had the city of Piqua on a bicycle guy? Can we keep that and put it next to some batteries burning or something so we can still keep the old logo? I mean, come on, guys. This is not that far ago that you have misled us and put our health at risk once. And now this data center. The numbers sound fantastic financially, but I echo these sentiments that it means nothing to individual citizens. You throw out this non-prof thing. We don't know how much they give the non-profs. $500 a year, $5,000 a year, we don't know. The comment that you made about why this could have fallen apart so many times so you didn't come before us, that did not address the dishonesty of the answers that were given months ago when citizens asked questions about what this land would be used for. And you said, how long have you been working on this? Whatever that thing was for a little bit that sounded like a bad infomercial with you asking questions. Oh, what next? What about us? What's in it? You know, I mean, come on. But you asked all those questions. One of your first one was, how long have you been working on this? Yes, but tonight it needs to be an emergency, pushed past the 3 reading rules. That's poor planning on somebody's part, not ours, and we shouldn't have to pay for it. I'm just absolutely, the water issue of our environment, the noise pollution, the potential for air pollution. If they are hacked from a cyber attack and it cuts their power, what do they run on? Do they run on diesel generators? There's another issue. There's another air quality issue. Do we get to know this? Are you willing to put any of these things in guaranteed writing for the citizens of Piqua? It won't do this to our utilities. We won't face this problem. Are any of those things going to be put into black and white for us to see and count on that we will not encounter hardship and what goes on? I'd also like to ask, with a facility this size, what is being done with our fire department resources? Our ability to mitigate a potential emergency here, fire otherwise. This is going to be a huge 600+ acre facility, 2 buildings. Our fire department, I don't think we're in any position right now to address any kind of an issue that would be there. Do we have something about what it will take to grow the other items in our community to properly support this? My biggest concern is the environment. There seems to be little to no concern here with decisions we make long term. Whatever the cost is, if I lock those doors and nobody can get out of here, the bottles of water any of us have suddenly become absolutely invaluable. If we lose our upstream water sources or they continue to be decreased, if we cannot recoup that water, where does any of this matter with the environmental impact? We're losing 600+ acres of farmland. Where are the environmental studies? What have we looked at? Not that I necessarily would agree with all the agencies, because some of them turned a blind eye to what was going on State Route 66, which was never safe. But I would still like to know what all of you think. As was brought out, we are your neighbors. This is our community. So I am just asking that we look past dollar signs to quality of life and residents' concerns, and at the very least, we don't shove this down throats without the 3 reading rule, because people deserve to have questions answered. They deserve to have time to digest at least what's going to be happening without their input or their voices being heard. So I'm just asking you, please do the right thing. Repeatedly, it's been shown that we have people who sidestep and mislead and talk down and are rude to our citizens. Could we please, for once, engage with what's happening here and see that before the dollar signs? I appreciate your time.
Will the fire department have the ability and the capacity to deal with the data center once it's in place?
Yes, we're talking about a 350,000 square foot building, and it's going to have the latest in fire code, fire protection, and so certainly we can handle the first 2 buildings that come online.
Excuse me. Now, Liam.
Hi, Natalie. Young, 1234 Marwood Drive. I wanted to actually ask a question, assuming that you guys go forward with this project. Mr. Schmeezing had mentioned that this was in a qualified opportunity zone, and I realized that there are a lot of different players that could be involved in terms of subsidiaries, and there's even some language in the agreements that, you know, they can transfer. This agreement, you know, would be applicable, still applicable for other companies that might be party to some of this. But my question is, in terms of the qualified opportunity zone, if there is a company out there that is going to establish a qualified opportunity fund for some of their fundraising, I think it would be great if the community could facilitate. There's different ways to go about it, like a community investment trust, something to where the citizens could actually be invested in the project. And I think that would be something that at the beginning of this project, it would be something that we could look into in terms of giving back to the community. In addition to, you mentioned the not-for-profits that they like to partner with. I would just like to echo in regards to the utilities, because everybody knows that's when I first started getting involved as well. Citizens would like to see their rates lowered, and so kind of the methodology of spreading the utilities across more customers certainly seems to make some sense in practice, but I'm not sure if that's really going to trickle down based on some of the things that I'm seeing in the agreement. I don't know, like it says, I think 80% of water that they use evaporates, right? They're going to be charged based on their actual wastewater, not like the actual, instead of charging how it comes in, your total amount. They have their own meter basically for wastewater. And the other thing I wanted to ask about was the SWAP, the Source Water Assessment Protection Plan. I don't know if there's a more current one, but the last one that I can find on the website is from 2011. So that's all. I guess I'll wait. I'm done talking.
Can you send your question to someone else? No, we can't do that. Kevin, is that the latest SWAP study in 2011?
I don't think she said 2001. No.
2000, I think it says 2011 on it.
It says 2011.
March 2011.
We have a couple stormwater, I would say, documents out there. One is in regards to the assessment of drinking water, where our source water is. We have a SWAP plan. But I think more importantly, this project during the construction, they will have their own SWAP plan so they don't disrupt the 600 acres, and they will leave it. Usually what happens, it will be much better. The water will be controlled more than right now currently farmland water running off. So when Chris was talking about it, it goes to the planning commission and they get permits for all that. That will all be reviewed by the city, by Ohio EPA, anyone that is, there's historical, if there's historical landmarks, if there's wetlands, all that stuff is considered, and they follow the practices that any other business coming into the city would. The other one you mentioned about the reduction for wastewater. Just currently, any city, Hartsville Hardwood is a good example of this. They use a lot of water, they steam their wood and stuff, but then that water evaporates. So we put it on them. If they can prove to us that they are discharging less water back to our to our sewer system, then we will give them that reduction, and we would treat this company the same way. They have to prove it with us with meters, data over an extended period of time, and then we can give them the reductions on the sewer side, not on the water side that they purchase.
I guess the only other question I would just like to bring up, it does say in there that they have the right to drill a well. So I don't know if that's something that I don't know that there's actually water in a well, but it does say that in the agreement.
There's limited water in all of Piqua, that's why we have surface water. You hit rock probably at 20 feet and you're not gonna get any water. There's a few private wells, but not many.
And then just the qualified opportunity funds would be great.
Thank you. Do they plan on drilling or not?
They do not.
They do not. Jackie Holfinger.
Hi, I'm Jackie Holfinger on Stillwell Road. So I've got a couple questions in regards to, you talk about that the data center, you're starting out with 2. There is no intention of staying at 2. Hopefully you can grow more. You're talking at 2 million gallons right now that we're using, plus another 2 million gallons for the data centers, 4 million with the capacity. You're talking about water that when it comes in, you're going to be using 100%, but you're going to discharge 20%. So you're going to be using a lot of water. Why in 2028 there's a proposed plan to build a water tower on Stillwell and Farrington if you're not planning on drilling? That I don't understand. If you're not planning on tapping water, then why are you saying you're not going to, but you have a proposal to do that? The thing is that if you do a closed loop geothermal, okay, I have a geothermal in my home. I could have done an open-ended and I could have done a closed-ended. An open-ended in my home, in a residential home, would use 4 million gallons a year for one home. You're telling me that the data center is going to use 2 million gallons. You're not, and I just talked to the man from the Piqua Land, and he was saying that it's going to, the discharge water is going to go back into the system, but we're only talking about 20%. The other water is being evaporated. So water is an issue. Plus, there's 92 different data centers built within the state of Ohio. We're downhill. So even though we have the water resource, the water coming off of Lake Erie, you've got all these other places taking it, and then it gets to us. You're talking about water runoff. Okay, you're taking farmland that you're decreasing the water runoff. So our water source is decreasing. So I have issues with that, and I don't know what the plan for all of that is. And I think waiving the three read rule is wrong. You guys, I remember going up to the township and talking about what is being built, because they were coming out and surveying our land and looking at all this. And we're asking, what's going on? Everything was hush-hush. Nobody could talk about anything. Oh, well, if we were just asking what's going on, because you're talking about going into our land and doing whatever to it, and we kind of want to know what's going on, considering that's where we live. You know, I don't know. I just think for you to just come out and just say, okay, we're going to waive this 3-read rule. I mean, I just found out about this meeting this weekend. You know, number one, you don't usually meet on Mondays. You don't meet at 5 o'clock. So all of that kind of threw, you know, so that this all could be slid in. Again, it looks very, very deceptive. And you know what? If there's nothing, if the data center, they look like they've done some homework, great job. But let's not rush it. I mean, I understand you want to get things done, but you know what? Let's look at the environmental impact. You know what? Because what if power loses? How are they going to generate their power? Is it going to be on diesel? Diesel's extremely dirty. How long? Those are fair questions. And environmental impacts. And I just think that needs, that to waive those, not have those answers, and to waive the 3-read rule is wrong.
Thank you.
Who's doing the proposed water tower? I don't know about that.
So there's different phases to the project to supply water, backup water, and redundant water to this project, and then in being the entire intersection. So one of the third phases is the water tower, Water towers do not, they're gonna use the same water that's in our system from our surface water treatment plant. They're not drilling wells to put into a water tower.
It's more about balancing the pressure in that area.
And it's a redundancy. You have water coming from two directions. If there is a problem in one direction, you can still get water from the other directions. Piqua has 3 water zones, west, central, and east. They're all at different pressures. Being able to get water from each the west and the central zone, if something were to go wrong with one of the other zones, is a backup. It's a redundancy. It's what this company wanted, and they are paying for that infrastructure to give themselves that redundancy. It is a good thing for Piqua to have this redundancy in our water system, our booster station, our water towers, everything that they're going to put in.
On the consumption, we heard a figure that would be 4 million gallons per year to run a home geothermal. The 2 million gallon number, was that a yearly rate or a daily rate?
2 million gallons by the development agreement is a daily peak rate, max rate.
So that's
Daily.
710 million per year.
If they use that every day of the year, which
they
no, and if you look in the development agreement, it's anticipated that 50% of the water will be lost to evaporation by what they've asked for in the development agreement. And that 1 million gallons a day will go back into our sewer system.
Just a point of clarification, Ohio has a continental divide. And for those people who aren't familiar with that, they can thank the giant glacier from about 10,000 years ago. So all the rivers north of New Bremen area all flow to Lake Erie, whereas the water on the rivers in this part of Ohio all go to the Ohio River. So concern about upwater and those kind of things needs to be at least understood in terms of continental divide.
Okay. Valerie Mulligan.
Good evening, Valerie Mulligan, Washington Township. I don't think we got clarification on the fire safety aspect of this. Currently, we are struggling and having to use other departments to help us, and likewise, we help other departments. Our footprint in our city has expanded, so much so that the response times today are slower than they were 100 years ago. But our population has remained the same. So that is a concern, indeed, because when these data centers catch fire, it's going to take every bit of emergency services in this county and then some to address it. And there have been some major data center fires. So we need to be prepared. So I echo my fellow Piquonians here for a Piquality outcome of waiving the 3 reading rule next tonight. Please, please, please give it 3 readings. You guys do your homework, do the right thing. Mr. Lee, please do the right thing. Yeah, so I also wanted to say that Jackie Holfinger came here tonight. What she didn't tell you is that she's the daughter-in-law of Paul Holfinger, who used to be a city commissioner. He got on the city commission to be able to have his property that was annexed by the city of Piqua taken back to the township. And his property is a century farm. And you guys encroached on that property without notifying them adequately and effectively to do a survey to put a water tower in that will likely disrupt her geothermal system. So I urge you to do your homework, to do your due diligence that you were elected to do by taking an oath to the Constitution to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, we the people, both foreign and domestic. Please protect us, all of us, because it affects everybody here. I'm not opposed to data centers because they have a necessary evil. But I do ask that you do not waive the 3 reading rule tonight. Thank you.
Chief, the fire department concerns, do you know anything about response times being
I don't know that to be factual, no, but I don't have that information in front of me. I will say that currently the fire department is fully staffed. We do have equipment, we have apparatus, we have a schedule for replacement. Her comments about the mutual aid. Every agency has mutual aid agreements with surrounding agencies. And for example, if we get a house fire in the city of Piqua, Covington is automatically going to respond without a request. So mutual aid agreements are in place to assist. As she had mentioned, it goes both ways. And again, we're fully staffed and very capable of responding to what's necessary, to include, as Mr. Odor said earlier, that these just like any factory, to include a data center, they're going to have a suppression system inside that will take care of most of the fire before we even get there.
All right. And John.
Good evening. Ian Jacqua, 8467 Bennett Drive. My main concern is this emergency and not doing the 3 readings. I think that needs to be done because I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. For instance, Mr. Schmeezing said that they are not planning on drilling wells. It says right in here, under the redundant systems contingency plans, it says if the customer elects to establish redundant and/or backup water sources by 1, drilling wells on the property or in connection with the project. Number 2, collecting rainwater on the property in connection, and that it says here, the city shall not cap the amount of water usage, and that they don't have to notify you if they're going to drill a well. You specifically said they're not drilling wells, then why are they putting it in the agreement as a possibility? So why are they putting it in the agreement that they can drill wells?
Well, let's ask them when you're done. Do you have anything?
That's on my question, because I think we need to have the 3 reading rule, because there's so many unanswered questions for the people of Piqua.
All right.
And that's my main question.
That's a good question. Why?
Yeah, I think the conversation that occurred there was that is what they typically include in their agreements, but they have stated repeatedly they have no intent of drilling wells on this project.
Then why doesn't it say in here, we have no intention on drilling the wells in Piqua, Ohio? If you're just accepting a boilerplate form, then, you know.
Right. There was a conversation around it, and we were reasonably satisfied that it is not going to be an issue here.
And it shouldn't be in the contract.
You said we were reasonably, you're assured? We're not. The city of Piqua, the people of Piqua are not. We have questions. That's why we need to have a 3 reading rule on this. Or change that. Change it in the agreement.
And bring it back to the table.
Yes. Will it be amended, or are we going to pass this through all tonight, just as is? No questions?
Is
Yes?
that something we can amend?
It's certainly an item that can be, I think, amended out of the document.
So then we can't do an emergency passage of this evening? This is just one concern, and I'm only on page 4 of reading this.
I would defer to the developer representatives and whether or not they have clearer insight as to whether or not that would be a concern for the project, but I don't think it would be.
Would you like to finish off?
Yeah, do you want to?
He can answer that question, but that's like, we need to read this more than just tonight. It's not an emergency.
Thanks.
But I would like to hear his response.
He's gonna lie to you.
So to answer the question directly, one of the main drivers, one of the main reasons that the company and this opportunity is locating itself in the city of Piqua is because your municipal services are able to supply the amount of water necessary to provide cooling for their design. I'm 99% sure that there are no data center projects located in the state of Ohio that utilize well water. It needs to be treated to a certain standard in order to work itself through through their systems. I can't speak to the specific language of the agreement itself, but I can tell you that just from a pure design perspective and the way that these operations function, that well water is not sufficient to
That's
provide
something you
cooling.
can take out of the agreement.
So I can't speak on behalf of the company itself. I'm happy to work with city staff to see if that's an opportunity, but like I said, one of the main drivers, when you're looking at the city of Piqua from a site selection perspective, opportunities that are interested in locating in this area, it is a direct byproduct of the fact that your municipal services are able to supply ample amounts of water.
And that water that's being supplied has been an industrial scale purified for drinkability, whereas well water might not necessarily be at that level. So drilling off of a well would also require the project to develop its own purification mechanism as well at probably great expense.
That is absolutely correct.
They plan to drill and put a dam.
I know that. Order.
They're lying.
Thanks.
They don't typically use it to cool things.
Order. Order. Quiet, please. Thank you. Soleil Larson.
For the last couple meetings, it's been really clear that the people are upset. It's been very clear that you guys as commissioners are upset with the people. However, the people have one thing that they haven't done to you guys. So when lies and secrecy are traded for transparency and given up, God requires repentance. Our Lord Jesus Christ and Savior, He has told us through the written word of His scriptures, repentance is required. When repentance doesn't happen, reconciliation doesn't occur. The people have asked for apologies, they've asked for admission, they've asked for you guys to be straightforward. It's been very clear through tonight that that has not occurred for the battery burn. It has not occurred for this. The same lawyers are being used that were used for the battery burn for this project. Doesn't bode well for transparency. The AI investment bubble, with all of my investment newsletters, AI, data centers are in a real investment bubble. Basically what's happening is the 9 biggest billionaire, trillionaire companies are reinvesting in themselves with data centers. Who are they going to sell to? It's a very real question. Are you guys aware of the global level? Because if you're investing in data centers, you have to be aware of this globally. If you're not, when that bubble breaks, like the internet.com bubble of 1999, I think it was, everybody was left holding the bag. Everybody lost their shirts, if I remember properly. And then in the crisis of 2008, the housing bubble, most municipalities were left high and dry because they weren't prepared. The citizenry reads, they're educated, and they don't need to be talked down to. You guys have had 1.5 years or more to handle all these questions. If it were true that a small group of people could speak for 10,000 people, maybe we would have no need for these meetings at all. But the thing is, and Mr. Mayor, I've heard you say many times you like diversity. When the meetings are run and diversity is actually honored, you get lots of things talked about that you don't get when you ignore the people, when you think they don't have anything to offer. God created all of us, not just you guys, not just those guys, not just those guys. Created every single one of us with intelligence to reach for God, with intelligence to aspire to our highest form. When you guys don't make the city people reach for the highest level of transparency and openness, I agree that the 3 rule readings should not be waived. That is absolutely wrong. And if you guys take that action, that's just not good. I pray, once again, that your hearts be touched and be returned to this community, and that they leave politics, power, money, greed behind. The health and the safety of this community is your responsibility because you took an oath. It's also the city manager's responsibility, even though he didn't take his oath. So the fact that it's in the charter, that it's his responsibility, and he claimed that he didn't even know he was supposed to take a written oath or a verbal oath in writing. You want to pay somebody 190 grand a year who doesn't read the charter well enough to know and has 34 years of experience and clearly doesn't know what the charter contains and clearly ignores it, and you want the people without reconciliation or repentance to come to you with kindness and respect. You need to table this. Give it 3 readings.
Kathy Hofstetter.
Good evening, Kathy Hostetter, 2325 Whitetail Lane. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed data center and the potential it brings to the Piqua's future. I understand why people have questions. It's a big project and it's natural to be cautious. But I also think it's important that we talk about the opportunities this could bring to our community, not just for today, but for where we want to be in the next decade. First, this investment would mean new jobs and local economic growth. No, not hundreds of jobs, which thankfully is good because we would be stealing from our other employers to fill those positions. The construction phase alone brings work for local contractors, electricians, and tradesmen. And once it's operational, there'll be permanent skilled positions right here in our community. That's not just good for individuals employed, it strengthens our entire community. And beyond that, it supports a whole network of local businesses, from restaurants and hotels to service providers. Second, projects like this come with infrastructure improvements, upgrades to utilities, roads, and broadband that will benefit our residents and businesses for years to come. Third, having a major data center here puts Piqua on the map for technology and innovation. It signals to other industries that our community is forward-thinking and ready to grow responsibly. That's what we need now more than ever. And finally, this project could strengthen our local partnerships with schools, training programs, and nonprofits to help build a skilled workforce and reinvest in our community. In short, this is an opportunity to diversify our economy, strengthen our infrastructure, and secure long-term benefits for Piqua. I hope we can look at this not as a risk, but as an investment in our community's future, one that gives Piqua competitive, connected, and growing in a positive direction. Thank you.
That is all the comment cards for this ordinance. Any other questions from commissioners? Is there an NDA in place?
There was an NDA on this project, yes.
Mr. Wessel, please be quiet. I'll ask you one more time, okay? Can't just yell out. Open meeting, please. Thank you. All right. No, sit down.
I submitted a comment card.
I don't have one for, on this one. Hold on a second, let me look. I think it's on the other one, Andy. No, it's on the other one. I saw your name, so I know. Yeah, here it is. 114.
It's not on the ordinance, it's through the ordinance.
Yeah, that's the next one.
Sorry. All right. All right, Mr. Smith.
Yep.
The last word.
Oh, it ain't gonna be the last, trust
This it will be.
Yeah, I'm going. Wait. Well, they abuse us around here. Watch it. I get off work. I turn on and I see you guys having a meeting. And I hear some of the most idiotic things I've ever heard in my life. Have any of you ever drilled a well? Any of you know how to do that? Guess what? I do. You have no idea. You shouldn't even be talking about it. You don't even know what's going on with this project, and they're sitting here fixing to vote on it, and you don't even know what's going on. Really? You don't give a rat's ass about the people of this town. None of you do. You guys have already agreed to vote us. We heard that come out of his mouth almost. Not changing my vote. All of this, you guys are, this is a peanut gallery. You guys are the shells. Because whatever that man says, you guys jump on board with. Every single time. You guys have done nothing but lie to the people of this community for years. Years. It's all you've done. And when they say something to you, you guys send your lapdog Aaron to visit them and shut them up and chase them out of town. You guys are absolute communists. All of you. This man over here ain't even got the balls to sit here and listen to people that pay his salary. But yet him and his wife are around all over town, doing whatever they do that's illegal. You know, drinking and driving, putting their hands on people. Nobody does jack. So first thing, who owns the LLC? I'd like an answer to that right now. Excuse me, stop my time. Stop my time.
Not stopping your time.
I'm talking and you're up there talking to her. That's not even no. I asked a question, you ignored me. Who owns the LLC? If it's not Piqua's, who owns it? Do you know?
There you go.
Exactly. Nothing but lying sacks of shit. Every last one of you. Lying sacks of shit. We've heard this EPA approved crap before, remember? You guys pulled that shit with the battery burns. EPA didn't approve jack shit. I bet y'all lied to us. And you have the balls to sit up here and talk to you to people? You got a lot of nerve. There's a lot of people who be losing a lot of money if the lawsuit happens. I'm willing to get one started. I've done it to you once. I got no issues doing it again. This time I'll drag the entire city with me. See how y'all fare about that. If you guys void process and skip over this third reading, ain't none of you gonna be, nobody in this town's ever gonna treat you decent ever again. Ever again. You guys, talking about agreements, you have an agreement with me, Alicia, and 2 other individuals in town, and y'all violated that day one and still haven't complied with it. So I don't hear nothing about agreements. It's an agreement when you guys benefit. Plain and simple. Every last one should be brought up on charges for what you're doing this time. Don't be giving me that look. I really don't need it from you.
Talk to us.
Well, and he's over here giving me dirty looks. I want to tell him to keep his eyes someplace else. I'm not one to fuck with. You guys have messed up the environment in this town. You've messed up people's utilities. You're running poor people out of town. You don't even consider this a city. You guys, for some reason, think this is some kind of a project for you guys to dress up and make it look good. You ain't gonna make this town look good at all. All you guys do, I believe I heard someone say the tax base was nominal. If I'm mistaken, that's what I heard someone say. Well, for the tax base being nominal, you guys sure do spend money like you live in LA. Every time we turn around, million here, million there. Where's the benefit? Has anybody's utilities went down since they did all that crap with getting rid of the garbage and everything? Or are y'all's utilities up? Because I know everybody talks to me, their utilities skyrocketing. Nothing's going to, we already know you guys are lying. We already know that you guys have agreed to go ahead and do this. They're up here begging you guys
to grow a set, stand up for yourselves, stand up for the people in this town. Don't be listening to him. Those two clearly have no idea what's going on. You guys are replacing all these manhole covers, and 5 years ago I told your city engineer why they were falling in. Now you guys are digging up the entire town and fixing things I told you 5 years ago were wrong. You guys are hiring idiots in this town. I don't understand how some of you you didn't even get elected, so you don't even matter. I don't know how you two got elected. Because the last commission, you two sat there and BS lied to everybody in this town then, and that was for the battery burns. Those videos are all online. You guys swore no to the Constitution.
Your time. Your time's up.
And your guys' time is up also. Enjoy the right time you got left. Chase these people out of town, man. Next time a boat comes up,
I'll ask you to be quiet, please. We're leave.
Shut up.
Nancy Sullenberger?
Mullenbrock.
Mullenbrock, that's what it is. I'm sorry. Chief, can you warn him? I did.
You have to ask him to leave if he's not.
Next time.
Nancy Mullenbrock, 10 Lake Ridge Drive, Piqua. I'd like to remind all of you that you are stewards to our community and to us. But I'd also like to say that we as citizens are stewards of our community and our families. And it's important that we have dialogue between us and have transparency. I don't come to city commissions often. I am uncomfortable speaking in front of people, but I'd like to say I have a great deal of distrust just from this meeting. You all going into an executive session ahead of time, leaving us sitting, not relating enough information ahead of time. I don't believe that an emergency approval of this is appropriate at this time. I think we need 3 readings. I think everyone in the community has the right to hear this and to decide on it. Now, the question I have is, what is the life expectancy of a data center? Technology is moving at the speed of light. Even our schools, which are rather new, will be obsolete in a very short amount of time because technology has moved so quickly and updates have to be done so quickly. What is the economic impact of that becoming a dead data center, the way that the atomic plant became obsolete in a very short amount of time? That will impact all of us. And that's a building that could not be used for many other things. Secondly, will there be open meetings about changes to this agreement as it goes on? Or will that be just between the city manager and the company itself? Will we have the opportunity to have input into changes, water and electricity amounts that are being used? Someone said that the worst case scenario was this summer when we had our drought, but that's not true because we are still above the water and rain levels that we had in previous years. There are other years that have been much drier. There are years that we don't have runoff from Swift Run into the river. I think that long-term environmental impact does need to be looked at. And the third question I have is a nuts and bolts question regarding this TIF for the schools. You said $1 million will go to Piqua City schools. I also know that there's a $2 billion voucher program at the state to allow children to go to private and private schools, whether secular or religious. Will those children have access to that money? Will those schools have access to that money? Because we are all taxpayers. I have no desire to impact that, but I'd like to know the answer.
Good question.
So that's the questions I have.
I will ask them right now. Thank you. So what is the economic impact of a dead data center?
Data centers everywhere redeploy updated technology as the technology advances. So some of the first iteration of data centers have since been upfitted and upgraded with the current technology and continue to operate. So I wouldn't expect anything different here.
Okay. So what is the life expectancy of a data center? We know?
I mean, you could ask that question of anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if our friends from the development community might have some more insights there they can offer.
The life expectancy of a data center is about 15 to 20 years before the components of the data center need to be replaced and retrofitted for additional new technology. Exactly.
Sorry, one thing that, and Matt McQuaid, I'm also with the Piqua Land
Yes.
Company. One thing that Brian did not mention is the residual value of a data center that's no longer being operated as a data center would be the same as any manufacturing or industrial building that doesn't have a tenant anymore. Its infrastructure and its construction is going to drive its value on the open market and would be marketed to an alternative user.
Thank you. So will there be open meetings about changes to the agreement, if there are changes to the agreement?
So the agreement is, we brought before you is why we're having this open meeting right now, and why there's been open meetings with the schools over the tip as well as Upper Valley.
So they'll be able to attend?
That's what we're doing tonight, yes.
That's what we're doing. All right. That was it. Any other questions from commissioners?
Mr. Obendorfer, do you have clarification on the cooling system?
Yes, it is a closed loop system.
Thank you.
Mayor, is there any other questions or discussion?
Any other questions or discussions? No? I'll entertain
Mayor, I would motion that we waive the 3 reading rule on ordinance O-18-25.
Moved and seconded. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Better.
Aye.
Mayor Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Holman.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
We need a motion to approve the TIF ordinance number O-18-25. Order, please.
Mayor, I would move that we adopt ordinance O-18-25 as an emergency.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Better.
Aye.
Mayor Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Holman.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
All of your time.
See ya, David.
You guys sit around and said 80%, 90%, now we have 100.
Bye, Diana.
I'm serious. You should stay the whole meeting.
Yes.
Not the people, represent the attorney.
Thank you. See ya. Have a good day. All right, next business. Not trying to be rude, guys. It's just, they're allowed to be rude. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. All right. And next on our agenda is resolution number R-114-25.
A resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of certain agreements between the city and J5 LLC in connection with the proposed development, construction, and operation of one or more data centers and/or other facilities, as well as certain accessory uses or buildings in the city, and other related or associated uses, buildings, infrastructure, or structures such as, but not limited to, utility buildings, structures, and appurtenances located on, adjacent to, or near the project site that are reasonably related to the data center, and authorizing related actions.
Commission, I think the title there kind of sums it up in terms of what this item is related to. It is the supporting development agreement, water and sewer agreement, and TIF agreement documents that are companion items to the TIF ordinance and are what enable the deal to be finalized for the project to be able to move forward. Happy to respond to any additional questions that maybe haven't already been answered.
All right, so for the data center itself, what backs up the data center? What type of system?
You want to speak to that?
In terms of power.
In terms of power?
So a data center will have on-site gas-fired generation for operational backup. However, for a data center of this scale, that has redundancy built in within its network, if a certain data center goes down, that traffic is automatically shifted to one where the power has not gone.
And I would assume that the gas generator is probably very similar to the one that I have at my workplace, where it's capable of running kind of emergency lighting, some very basic.
It's not to run servers.
Yeah, there's because the power line that is going to be powering that. There's no way that you could generate that on site.
Correct. So again, they set up redundancy with other data centers, some in close locations, some not, where if traffic goes down at one, it just shifts over to the other, so there isn't any downtime.
And to further make a point about that, the gas generator that you're talking about is very similar to what many other industrial buildings would have as a backup, again, to run emergency lighting, doors, and things of that nature.
And the fuel that would power emergency generator, what fuel would be diesel?
Yeah.
Would you consider tying into the natural gas? I believe there's enough natural gas network in Piqua.
I know that's something that's being utilized. You have a center point natural gas transmission line that runs through that site. That's something that the user is doing their own diligence on right now. Final decision has not been made as they're still working on their final site plan and architecture.
Any other questions from commissioners? I'll entertain public comment. Andy Smith.
I want to be valued.
Pardon me?
So it's not like his comment would be valued.
Oh, David Smith. Kim Heinsohn.
Extremely disappointed, as I'm sure everybody out here is. So I want to get clarification on the R1425, where it says, under the resolution, connections, about the resolution authorizing execution and delivery of certain agreements between the city and J5 LLC in connection. Further down there, it says something about or structures such as but not limited to utility buildings, structures, and/or apparatuses located on, adjacent to, or near the project. Can you tell me what apparatuses means in relation to that? And I'd also like to know, because it was never answered, do we have environmental impact studies complete for this data center? And the other, like noise impact, energy impact, water impact, emergency impacts that actually shows what's going to happen when this data center is here, because we, in the past, have not been pro anything. We always go through with it, not we. You guys always pass stuff, and then realize later, oops, that was a mistake. We passed the logo, oops, that's a mistake. Well, so you're working backwards. We're trying to prevent things from happening, so having these environmental impacts and all these other impacts that are asked for is paramount, to be transparent so that we know that we are and sure we're making the correct decisions. You guys have been working on it for a year and a half, whatever. We need to see it. We don't trust you. You guys just lied right in front of us. You said it was an NDA. Told it, you can't come up, you can't speak. Well, you guys lied multiple times tonight. You are not trustable. And you guys look at us like, I don't know, I mean, I was told to smile more at meetings. There is nothing to smile about. And it is nice that the logo's not there because this is not a laughing matter, and that definitely wouldn't have worked either. So if you could answer those questions, that would be great. Oh wait, I might find another one here in my time's still up. Because there's just so much stuff and so many different places that I would like to speak about, and it goes so fast. And I don't understand how we need to rush this decision. Full transparency and clear data and continued community voices moving forward. He just said, or someone just asked, can we be included in this? Mr. Manager said, oh, that's what this is for. Oh, that's great. That's plenty of time, right? Plenty of time. Thank you. Manager for, yeah. Hey, tell him to thank you, Mr. Manager.
Just talk to us.
I am talking to you. I'm looking right at you.
You were looking back, but go ahead.
It is very unkind to have someone that makes that kind of money making decisions for us, telling us, oh, we're talking about it. When we have 5 minutes to talk about it, you guys had a year and a half. Makes no sense. No sense. None. Zero. I don't know what's attached to this that you guys are actually getting under the table or I don't know, meals or scholarships. I don't know what it is you guys are getting. It makes no sense, but you're getting something. Every time people's on the outside and they're going to the city, they turn around. They turn 180 degrees against the citizens. What is that? What is that? If you can answer that question, that would be great also. I would love to hear that. We need exact figures on the permanent jobs. It's one that's coming in. Do we have any guarantee of how many local jobs it's going to be?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What does apparatus mean when she talks about apparatus in the?
Yeah, it's referring to appurtenances. Correct.
She said apparatus, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The appurtenances might be fences or other items that are incidental to the building structure, utility sheds. So, I mean, the generators or the fences around the property, parking features, those are all appurtenances to the buildings and other improvements.
Yeah. Are there environmental studies that have been done?
Yeah, as part of the process, the developer, before even acquiring the property, probably did the due diligence. If not, I say probably, meaning they either did it before they acquired the property or upon acquiring the property. That's when I like this there.
Sure, yes. Dating back to last year, we conducted a full package of due diligence on the property, geotechnical, phase 1 environmental, endangered species, wetland delineation, so on and so forth. So we did do a full package of due diligence on the property. And moving forward, in terms of environmental impact, I'll just restate what Chris mentioned earlier, is that there are regulatory authorities at the federal and state level that have jurisdiction over the operation and its impact on the environment, including but not limited to the federal and state EPA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, just to name a couple.
Thank you. Is there an exact figure on how many employees? Sorry.
May as well continue here. Their commitment, as Chris mentioned, is 50 full-time jobs at the site. He mentioned the salary. There are guarantees for that. That commitment is in return for the incentives that the community has committed to the company. If they're not compliant, then they're in breach and they don't get the benefit that's been committed to them.
I would be highly fascinated in the 50 very high technical positions there. And somebody had mentioned previously that they weren't sure that 50 additional incomes would really make that big of a dent in the tax base, and they're correct on that. What I'm really excited about on a jobs opportunity is all of the trade jobs that are going to come out of this. Trades, somebody also mentioned, construction projects end, but that's the nature of all trade work, is that it comes to an end and you have to go find the next customer, and here they are.
So I agree. As we have been preparing for this moment and have been meeting with Piqua City Schools, Upper Valley Career Center. When we met with Upper Valley Career Center, I can tell you I've had a 20-year career in economic development. Nothing gets me more excited than going into a community and seeing the opportunity that may exist for students that don't even know that opportunity may be coming their way. And that hit me the hardest at Upper Valley Career Center, knowing the impact to skilled trades employment that this project is going to have in the area. And it may be a job for several years, it may be for more than that. Either way, there are family-sustaining jobs, additional ones that don't exist in Piqua today that are going to be coming here as a result of this investment.
Okay, Michael Taylor.
Sorry, I just had surgery. Like the ordinance, I assume this normally requires 3 readings?
It's a resolution.
But it doesn't?
Only means one.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll skip over that. Somebody was talking about the life of the data center and everything. The TIF, is that for 30 years? Did I understand that correct? Why not drop it to 15 or 20 if that's the life, and then reevaluate it then?
We'll talk about that.
Okay. Just as I'm trying to read all my notes here. Again, a lot of information's being thrown out and no opportunity to digest it. There was a comment made that the schools had to be given, their time, their due diligence. I can't speak. If we knew that there was a 3 reading on an ordinance, did we give the school a deadline? You have to have your decision by this date because we have this process to go? And back, what exactly are the consequences if this stuff doesn't pass tonight? Nobody's clearly explained it. Was a contract signed that says this is the deadline? What pains are being put on the developer or the city if this doesn't pass tonight? Other than, we got to pass it tonight. I mean, why? What's the emergency like everybody's asking? I know I'm wasting the time. And yeah, that was the other reason. You got election tomorrow. 2 commissioners may be gone. Oh, I may not. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But with an election tomorrow, a new person coming in, and they're going to start getting yelled at by residents, and they just got on the board. That's very unfair. So I just don't know what the emergency is. Nobody clearly tells why does this have to pass tonight. I'll wait.
All right. Well, why not drop the tip down to 15 to 20 years? What's this question? Why didn't we do that?
So the tax abatement on the CRA is 15 years, and during that period, the taxes, the increase in valuations are all abated, exempt from paying taxes. And so the revenues off of the TIF really do not start in earnest until year 16. And so for there to be the TIF revenues necessary to pay for the public infrastructure that's necessary, it needs to run the full course, the full 30 years to generate the kind of revenues that will be needed. Your last question, I know Matt is eager to respond to, so I'm going to defer to him to that on the consequences if no passage tonight. On the school timeline, we actually have approached the school district very early on as it became evident that this project had some likelihood of moving forward, to begin making sure that they're aware of the project and that they could begin to collect their thoughts and go through their process as they thought necessary. Once we got to the point where we had enough detail for them to take further action, there is a mechanism in the ORC that frankly says you have 45 days, but it wasn't appropriate, nor would we do this to a partner like the school district in terms of forcing them to make a decision in a shorter period of time than what they were comfortable with in terms of evaluating what they had been presented. So they asked for the additional time. We obliged because it was the right thing to do. And that's where we ended up, how we ended up where we're at today. Matt, I think, was ready and willing to respond to the...
Well, my time's about up, so let me finish, please. I still do not understand. We've had 3 reading rule in this city since like 1952. So everybody knows we have this process. Why did we allow it to become an emergency? Somebody screwed up. I don't understand it. That's not an explanation. The school should have. Everybody should have plenty of time. We, the citizens, should have time. Okay? But now screw us, but we got to give the school time. I don't understand why the process is shortcut when everybody knows what the process is. It ain't something new that we just entered into charter last year. Lastly, will Piqua,
I'm sorry.
well, I wanted to say, will Piqua residents have an opportunity to have maybe priority to get hired by the state center?
That's a good point. To your question about, and there's been a few discussions about the lifespan of a data center, and the number those thrown out was 20 years. That's really the lifespan of the equipment within it. It doesn't just mean that's become a derelict abandoned building after 20 years. When your computer comes out of date or dies, you don't just stop using computers, you go buy a new one. So same thing with the servers, as they start wearing down and wearing out, they'll buy a new one. So the location.
Why not reevaluate at that time and then continue it another 15 years if everything looks cool? Yeah? That's all.
Matt, do you want to answer?
Thank you, Commissioners. Just very, very quickly. The reality is this is a company that has possibly billions of dollars to invest in this project, and there are many communities across the country that are interested in that and are competing heavily for it. That's why we're here tonight. That's why you have the legislation in front of you that you do tonight. It's in order to make Piqua's case as strong as possible, in order to bring that investment here instead of somewhere else, and bring those benefits to the community that have been mentioned several times tonight here instead of somewhere else. Unfortunately, with the timing, the company has to make a decision. They have several options. They have a deadline by which they need to make that decision, and for the reasons that have already been discussed tonight, we're unfortunately under a little bit of pressure now than we would have been previously. But ultimately, it's because the company has a deadline to make a decision. That deadline ends up with us to try to finalize things. But again, the urgency for Piqua is because it's a competitive landscape. There are other communities that are out there that covet this type of opportunity and are competing aggressively for it. Thank you.
Brittany Brown.
Brittany Brown, and I'm actually Washington Township. So my first question that I would like answered right away is, so we're being told that it's being powered by AES. So is the AES substation that's being built out on the water treatment plant by my house what's helping power that? Or was that actually for the city of Piqua's utilities? I would like that answer now, if I could, please.
Mayor, do we want to afford them the full 5 minutes as we were?
No, I want you to answer that because that's part of what I need to say.
Let's give her an answer.
So the substation out by the water plant is a different system. It's part of the AMP Ohio ring bus system, and I'll let RJ speak to it.
So
But it's-
AES out there has nothing to do with this coming in
No,
here?
it does not.
Okay, so I think my biggest concern with all of this is we all come in as concerned citizens. I know when I came in here, the first 2 times I was here, I was very respectful. I tried to speak in a respectful manner. You guys get very upset with the people who are not respectful to you. It's obvious on your facial expressions and the way that you respond. What you all don't take into consideration is you are who caused us to be disrespectful to you. You are 1, disrespectful to us, and 2, you make it very clear you don't listen to anything that we have to say. I spoke to you privately about stuff going on at my house. I spoke to you privately. You both privately seemed like you really cared about what we had to say. It was the first time it sounded like you guys listened, and I greatly appreciate that. But when we show up here tonight, it's the same shit that it was before. You obviously have your decisions made when you come in. You kind of state that pretty obviously. You can't tell me that you don't, simply because you have people asking you questions that we don't have answers to. Their answers are not actual answers. We talk in circles. You're surprised to hear from Matt, I believe, that they possibly did an environmental study. You had no idea of that until they just told you.
No, I think they told us that they did environmental study.
You couldn't tell the person that asked that. You referred to somebody
Not
else.
me, I wanted them to tell it.
But yet it was so surprising to you. So we make decisions without answers that we need. So you don't understand why we're upset with you. You're here for us. We would be supportive to you if you would listen. It's as simple as, okay, all of these people have asked for 3 readings except for 1, and we still pass it. Like nobody asked for that. It's not our fault that you guys took so much time, and let's not act like that wasn't a plan. As much as we've been lied to, and as much as we've been told we don't know what's happening, and it comes out we do know what's happening, you want us to believe that it wasn't planned for us to only get to decide this in one night, and that we don't get to hear about it for 3 separate readings? Nothing that you guys do adds up. And the crazy thing is, 2 of you I know personally. I've heard great things about you. Anybody that I talk to that knows you speaks so highly of you. And when it comes in here, it seems like you have no respect for anybody around you. I don't understand. What is being held over your head to make the decisions that you make? That you won't listen to any single resident that talks to you. We're all so worried about the money, but we don't give a shit about the people that it bothers. There's nothing more heartbreaking than watching the Wholefingers go through the same thing that we're going through at our house. We moved to the country to not have to deal with Piqua's bullshit. And guess what? Here we are, dealing with Piqua's bullshit. And not a single one of you will listen. None of you. It's absolutely heartbreaking to me. I don't know how every single one of you and all of them go home and sleep at night without feeling like a piece of shit. You guys are supposed to be here for us, protecting us. And you keep making these decisions for us that none of us want. And when we ask questions, none of you will answer us. I've been to meetings where you guys won't even talk back to us. It was a great surprise to see that we're actually talking tonight. But yet, even with talking, we still don't take into consideration what everybody has to say. Would you guys not be angry if you're constantly talking to somebody and they make it very apparent they don't care about what you got to say? It's pretty frustrating. It's really, really sad.
Thank you. Richard Price.
To be honest with you, I find it amazing that you can actually just like waive the rules, and chances are tomorrow, after the end of the day, there might not be enough of you up there to make this fly. That's why you're doing it today. I believe that your decision to waive that rule leaves you open to litigation. I want to say that it's nice that Mr. Oberdorfer looked out tonight rather than be on his phone the entire time. I wish that the city's attorney would reply to Fairshake's lawsuit about the zoning changes in the substations. I wonder if the water treatment plant can tell me, when they start to make all this extra drinking water, how large will the dead zone outside your fence, where the slacker was stored improperly, how big will the dead zone grow? The slacker storage is supposed to be 300 feet from a residential well. You're about 303 feet from my well. But the dead zone is within the 300 feet of my well. So now I gotta go get my water tested. You know, and even after, you know, I just don't understand. I don't understand. You do this stuff, and like Brittany says, you have no, like there's not a lot of people in support of this. Because you haven't even read all the paperwork. You don't know all the PFAS and all this stuff that will go to the sewage treatment plant that doesn't get taken out of the waste. They're forever chemicals, they're generated. They're gonna have lithium ion batteries, I'm sure, because you're not gonna have lead acid batteries in the building up there for storing power, to start your stuff up when the power goes out. You know, what do we do with those? What happens if their fire suppression system's gonna put that lithium ion battery out? Because they're gonna have lithium ion batteries there, it's only natural. They're in your cell phone, they're in everything. And you already know that you can't put them out, because you tried putting them out up there, and they just lit up again. So your idea of the fire suppression system, the fire department, I don't understand, I just don't understand. And I would appreciate if you did answer the attorneys from Fairshake that came to the city, and it's just been here for 4 or 5 months. That's all I gotta say. But I really think that you have, by waiving this rule, you have opened yourself up to litigious things.
Thank you.
Jackie Bolton here.
I'm going back to the water.
Okay.
You never really answered, are you getting it out that they're not gonna dig a well? Because that's in the contract. You say that they're not, but there's plans later to possibly do something. And water is a huge thing for me. I have wells, everybody out where I live have wells. You tap into that, then the whole thing the big thing with data centers is help set extra sediment in the water, all of those things. So water is huge to me. And I think you just passed this ordinance, whatever you call this thing. I'm not big into politics. But Paul Simons, he already knew what the answer was before he left. So everything that everybody said was absolutely in there, out. The decision was made before we even got here today. And this was the only opportunity for us to get up and to speak about it. That concerns me. Because y'all take for granted, you gave Piqua all this, the school district, who's getting money all this time to decide whether they want it. But the people who are going to end up paying the price down the road doesn't get any time. That's not fair. So I would like to know, the main thing is about the water. And if they're going to take that out of the clause, because right now, we don't have a leg to stand on. You can go out tomorrow and dig a well and say, oh, well, we just didn't know about it. And so that is my biggest concern. And I listen to the people, and I'm not against the data center. But I'm against how it's being, what I've seen. I asked when at first they started buying up the land. I asked questions like, hey, what's going on? This is gonna be, and then they're surveying our properties. And I'm like, what's going on? Everything was hush hush. NAD, right? Or NDA. Okay, it was all about an NDA. Now you had plenty of time to keep it quiet so that we couldn't figure out, hey, let's start looking into this. Not that it was that people were against it. We want income, we want jobs. But let's make it very clear. There's 50 jobs total for 2 buildings. Yes, the upfront is, but as far as somebody's gonna come and live here, or in this neighborhood, you are talking potentially 50 homes. And to me, that's not a lot to just kind of rush through. And why we couldn't have more transparency. I think that's what people wanted. It's not that they're against it. There's concerns, but then it sounds like they have rightful reasons to be concerned. But it's transparency. You represent us. And what you do in the back room, like I said, Paul, he made it very abundantly clear he knew how it was going to go. Before he left, before the first word was said. That concerns me, because that's not transparency. And it's all for show. And that's wrong. You'll got my time.
Thank you. Can water clause be taken out of the contract?
Commissioners, I'm confident, based upon our prior conversations with the company, that if we want to strike that out of the agreement, or if you want to direct us to make that amendment, we can do that.
I would like it to be taken out.
It's not sufficient, Jackie. Not sufficient.
They can build a trash.
Before you start Jonathan's time, is that something that could be done tonight, or is that something that's got to go back to review?
Forget it. Chris?
You can get back to me on that.
Yeah, I'm looking for the specific call out in the agreement to make sure it's not a complicated fix. I don't think it would be. We should be able to point that out and amend it. Or at the very least, you can make that a condition of approval, that be removed from the agreement. But let me see if I can put my finger on it.
Okay.
You're up.
All right, so first I want to kind of address a comment that was just made about gas generators that were on site. You made a comment that these guys put gas generators on site to operate like the locks and the lights, right? So XAI has a data center outside of Memphis. They installed, without permits, 35 diesel generators that generate 420 megawatts of electricity. That is more electricity than what the entire city of Piqua consumes. So it is not true that these guys just put in generators to keep the lights running, the emergency lights. They absolutely put in generators when the local utility cannot provide enough power for the expansion that they do with these projects without permits. And I say that because in this data center space, there are good corporate citizens and there are bad corporate citizens. So when you go online, you look up some of these, the guys that drill wells they're not supposed to, they put 35 diesel generators on site, those are the bad guys. You won't tell us who the company is. So we don't know if they're the good guy or the bad guy. Another thing I want to address, Chris made a comment at the top of the meeting here that there were 8 public hearings concerning this project. But then we learned there was really no public hearings because there wasn't a single question answered in any public hearing because everybody was under an NDA. And I asked during the Planning Commission meeting, if anybody had signed an NDA, and I was told no. And I was told no with the condescending attitude that these guys have. Kyle said no. The Planning Commission acted like they didn't know what an NDA was. So that's a problem. If this is a good project, and frankly, I don't think it's a bad project, but it should stand on its own merits. So I get that you guys signed an NDA, and that protects the private interest of a company that we're not allowed to know who it is. But it silences the public's right to know what is happening to their land, to their water. So I would like to know when you all signed an NDA, and if you did not, why wasn't any of this presented to the public? In that Planning Commission meeting, neighbors of those properties were told that there would be traffic studies and that would be presented in a public forum. Buried in this document, there's a line that says there was a traffic study done. It's never presented to anybody. You guys could have gone about this a different way. You absolutely could have said, here's what we're looking at. And we hear your concerns, because there are a lot of legitimate concerns, and I do think most of them have been addressed. But there was no reason why they could not have been presented in a different way. So, 2 questions. 1, these projects are all given a code name. So when you guys talk about them in the halls, get people over here to the conversations that aren't read into the project. They don't know what the project's about. So I'd like to know what code name was used by city staff for the last 18 months for this project. And then, who is the company that is building the data center? Thank you.
What's the code name for the, you guys want to come, he's coming up.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the generator example and the timeline associated with when things were shared with you and when things were not shared with you. So, regarding the specific project that the gentleman was referring to, that's a project by XAI called Colossus, located in Memphis, Tennessee. That's a very different specific use case than what we're talking about here in Piqua. So that was an existing facility that was retrofitted. It didn't have sufficient power necessary to run the project off of the grid. So they installed methane generators in order to provide that upfront power. So it's different from this specific project because, again, generators that would be located in this project are simply there for backup for domestic use in the event of a power cutoff. Also, that specific project, this is not that company, first and foremost, and a lot of the headlines that you're reading, they had a specific allotment of the number of generators they were allowed to use. They went over the number of generators that they're allowed to use. So to go to the earlier point about bad actors, yes, that's a very specific use case, a very specific set of circumstances. That's not the company or the circumstances here. Also, there was reference to the fact that during the Planning Commission, when we had come before the Planning Commission and we're first talking about the uses that were proposed for the site, and again, it's data centers were one of several uses that would have been permitted under the proposed code. There was no end user at that point. We were going through a zoning process, and therefore NDAs had not been signed at that point when those comments were made. As you're aware, and as is common practice for site selection opportunities, NDAs are commonplace in the industry. It's how members of city staff are able to negotiate through the specifics of a project to see whether or not a project is actually viable in a location. Without that structure in place, a city like Piqua would not be a viable opportunity for a project of this type. So very much understand the residents' concerns, but just wanted to set the record straight on that.
Sure. Is there a code name for this, Chris?
Again, so as the project has evolved, and thank you for bringing that up, we've had site selectors since I've been here the last 4.5 years that have come and looked at our different locations, and everybody uses a coded name. And it doesn't matter if it's a data center or advanced manufacturing or whatever it is, it's a trade secret for them, and they don't want to tip their hand to their competition what they're doing. So they hold that very closely to the vest. So when the team was introduced, and as you'd seen in the documents that went before the school board on the TIF, they're referred to the company and the project for that reason. And so that's why we've held to the NDA, the letter of the NDA, because without that, there is no project and there is no company.
We're still under an NDA?
We are. Until they announce who they are, we're under an NDA.
I'd like to point out that I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but I have not personally signed an NDA.
Neither have I.
Right, and so the NDA is through the administration, and so that we're the ones that have to navigate what we're allowed to, just in terms of what we're allowed to release in the public.
So we don't know the company's name, right?
I'm sorry?
We can't say the company's name.
I don't know the company's name myself. They have not indicated who they are.
Kelsey Jenkins.
We don't know who. We don't know.
Soleil Larson.
Somebody's recording
In an article dated October 25th, pretty recent, 2025, Amazon was caught understating their water use at their data centers by billions of gallons. Let's just put that on the record. So these companies that are coming to the plate and are highly competitive aren't telling the truth. And if Amazon isn't telling the truth, who else isn't telling the truth? Well, we found out our commissioners don't tell the truth. The city doesn't tell the truth. Wow, okay. So let's just go on. Where is this environmental study that was done? The people should have a copy of that. Where is it? Is it here tonight? I'd like to have a copy. Transparency.
I don't have it.
Why not? How could you say yes to the thing when you don't have an? He said he did one.
Yep, and we can get it.
Well, let's get it.
Make a request.
I'm making a request right now. Let's get it. He's an outside firm. It's a public record that hasn't.
Can we get a copy of that?
We'll communicate with Piqua Land Company and see if we can secure a copy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me for being just a little bit dense. I didn't understand the trade secret that required the NDA. Can that please be explained again? Because I didn't get it. That's why we have to have more than one meeting. It doesn't really sink in every single detail. Would you ask Paul to explain that again, please?
Not right now. I want you to finish your time.
Because the next question relates to the answer.
All right. Do you know?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Again, trade secret related to the NDA.
What was specifically the trade secret that you were required to sign an NDA about? Not just their name. I mean, fine, you don't disclose a name, but I'm asking why it wasn't disclosed to the people that there was a data center coming to town. What about the trade secret required us knowing whether or not it was a data center?
Part of the need for confidentiality on some of that for the buyers. They were buying up several parcels of land with the goal of creating a site like this. If it were to have gotten out to the market that there's a specific buyer looking for that, all of a sudden that land goes from its true market value through the roof, and then all of a sudden this doesn't happen. And so part of that was to avoid market manipulation and price gouging.
And when was that all secured then?
Excuse me.
When was that all secured? How long ago? Because we could have been told.
Well, we did a month or two ago, we created a new plat for that area.
And when was the purchase completed is what I just asked.
Well, it was a bunch of individual properties, so I don't know when the last final piece was.
Yeah, I know most of the owners, so I'm asking when. I'm asking you to tell the truth. If you don't know the answer, say you don't know.
Well, I just said I don't know.
Okay. Does anyone over there know? Because that's when you could have been released to tell people that there was a data center coming to town. And the people who deserve an answer, we deserve to know when you could have been released from that aspect. Just that aspect alone, that there's a data center coming because they've secured the land, they're good to go.
I'll ask.
Secondarily, what law specifically allowed for the NDA? Since the secrecy with executive sessions is very limited and well-defined, anything undefined is reserved for the people and to the people, not to the city personnel to interpret. So anything that's left undefined is not for you to decide, it is for the people to decide. That is clear. And Attorney General Yost is making big bangs about Sunshine Law and Open Meeting Act law violations around the state of Ohio. So you guys might want to get on board pretty quick. It's a $500 fine per occurrence, and they're actually allowing it not to be just one occurrence. If you do the same violation 7 times, that's $3,500. Settlements are happening right now for $36,000 to $50,000. This is a real risk to the city of Piqua. I hope that you're actually listening, and I hope that you care, because it's an extreme risk to the pocketbook if you break these laws. I'd like to know what law specifically gave you the right to have the secret meetings with the executive sessions? Specific law, please. Law Director, feel free to answer if you know the specific law.
For the law director, I believe that the Sunshine Law has several use cases for an executive session, and one of them is for discussing economic value or something to that effect. If you would happen to know the specific language, that would be helpful.
Well, it's section 121.22 GA. You can look that up. Your time is ended.
Thank you.
And let me answer the trade secret one.
I believe I did.
I think we did. Valerie Mullins.
October 30th, 2025, City of Piqua, attention Chris Sneezing. 201 West Water Street, Piqua, Ohio, reference data center approving legislation. To the City of Piqua, Ohio, and the Piqua City Commission. Bricker Graydon LLP was engaged by the City of Piqua Economic Development Department in August of 2024 to assist with the data center project. We have worked with the city's team and professional advisors to model potential incentives to assist in negotiations and the draft various agreements related to the data center project. Bricker Graydon is an Ohio-based firm with strong emphasis of representation of public sector entities. Our public finance team is the largest in Ohio, and we have extensive experience negotiating Ohio's largest and most complex projects, including projects like data centers in Piqua. We have assisted the City of Piqua in drafting and negotiating the water and wastewater agreement, development agreement, and TIF agreement based on our firm's prior experience with similar transactions. At every stage, our team has worked closely with city officials to identify and mitigate potential risks, ensuring that all agreements reflect both market standards and the unique needs of the community. We recommend the City Commission approve Resolution R-11425 and Ordinance Number 01825. Further, in order to provide for and facilitate the project in timely manner within the city, which actions support the immediate preservation of public peace, property, health, and safety. We recommend the City of Commission suspend the requirement to read the resolution and ordinance on these separate days by an affirmative vote of at least 75% of the members of the commission and pass the ordinance as an emergency. Shame on you, every single one of you. Every one of you. I cannot believe this letter, because these are the lawyers that did the deal with the battery burning. Your lack of transparency has created great distrust in our community. I had the opportunity to go to the cemetery with my mother. Jim Vetter, you know my mom very, very well. Kind of grew up with her, didn't you? Kathy Decker. Oh yeah, you know my mom, Jim. You know my mom well. She said, go with me to the cemetery on Sunday. I'm trying to find a plot. Okay, we went, we found the plot she was looking for. What I didn't expect to have happen was for my mom to then say to me, you know, I don't have many years left. They want to dig up part of the cemetery, but I want to show you your roots. I was like, okay, Mom. I mean, I know where everybody's buried. Or so I thought. My family in this community goes back to the Revolutionary War in that cemetery. I love my community. I love my people. I am not opposed to a data center, but I am opposed to the way that you guys have executed this deal. I'm really disappointed. I'm really brokenhearted because it does nothing but continue to create tension and distrust. And Frank, I know what you're thinking. I do. I know what you're thinking. But my friend, this could bite you in the butt someday. And I really had high hopes for you. And I'm really sad. And Chris, you have been incredibly disrespectful to me and to our community, and I am really disappointed in you, my friend. I've known you forever. I cannot believe the way you have treated me. I'm really disappointed. I've not disrespected you, my friend. I wrote you a very kind letter privately. I didn't bring it to the public because I didn't want to dishonor my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've not disrespected you in any way.
Just did.
David Smith.
Look, you guys encroached on that woman's century farm. That's 100% disgusting. You wouldn't know how to stop it? They're talking about flooding the cemetery. Exhume one member of your family, stick them on your property, your entire property becomes untouchable and untaxable. That's how you fix it.
David, talk to us, please.
Well, you guys are stepping on her property without talking to her about doing it. I am talking to you, knock it off. Knock it off.
You knock it off.
No! I pay you. You work off my tax. Do you not get money from the city? You make money off our taxes? You don't talk to us like that. You guys have done nothing but disrespect everybody in this community. And the fact that she just read what was on Facebook, you guys already had this, you guys have violated your oath of office. You literally have. I hope to God this entire town sues the shit out of you. I really do. Because you guys have racked up lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And then we find out people that don't even live here are telling you guys what to do, and then you do it. So people that don't live here, you guys care about, apparently. But people that live in this community, we can all just eat shit. You guys don't respect anybody in this community. None. This is ridiculous. I swore an oath to the Constitution when I joined the military. I ain't never been relieved of that. You guys took that same oath and then spit on it. You disrespect everybody that comes up here. Everybody that comes up here. And you sit there with them smug looks on your faces. Just like her, I had hopes for you too. Me and you had a phone conversation about almost an hour on the phone when it came to that battery stuff. Every single thing I said to you, you did the 100% opposite. Lied to me on the phone. You should be ashamed of yourself, but you ain't, because you're a politician. You've been working for Turner long enough, so that's how that goes. I don't get why you guys are being like this. You're taking our money, our tax money, and you do whatever you want with it without asking. I like how your Piqua thing's not gone. That was that genius's idea. We're never going to see that $100,000 again. That's gone. You guys going to give us that money back? Are you going to get the money back for the battery burns? The millions upon millions of dollars that was made from that? And now you're making money off of this. If I open a business here, are you guys going to pay my taxes and pay my utilities while I set it up and then fold a couple weeks later? Because your fire training facility ain't getting used. The amphitheater you bought, you're paid for, or whatever you did, that's an absolute joke. That's not going to make you. You have a person in this town that could stack that thing every weekend with concerts. Y'all don't care to talk to them. There's more talent in this town that can run this town better without you guys up here and without him here. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. The fact that these people are being as nice as they are to you stuns me. Stuns me. I don't understand why they're being nice to you. You guys have clearly, over the last several years, proven that you don't care. You're gonna do what you want, when you want, how you want. The citizens be damned. You don't care about their health, you don't care about their kids, you don't care about the communities that we live in. You guys are more concerned with bringing money into this town, and I have yet to see this town benefit from any of the money you've brought in here, if you've brought any at all. And the looks on y'all's faces is stunning to me, man. There's not 1 ounce of guilt or sympathy that you guys have done anything to. You guys are shameful. Shameful.
Thank you.
No.
Steve Yanni.
Good evening, Steve Yanni. I need to state my address. My health has been badly affected by COVID, so it's hard for me to stand up here. I'm an electrical engineer, I have a degree from the Ohio State University. I was also a Silicon Valley design engineer, designed integrated circuits.
Move your mic up so that they can.
I'm an electrical engineer, designed integrated circuits in the Silicon Valley in the 80s. I'm probably the only person in this room who can say that. I've got some questions about the power. I'd like to know what the daily consumption will be. I'd also like to know, they talk about generation. What's going to be the power of the generation? How much generation, backup generation are they putting in? My other question is, why did it have to be like this? Why didn't you have open discussion? And you dropped 239 pages on a Friday, and you have a meeting on a Monday. And Mr. Vedder, I talked to him today, and he said he hadn't even looked at his agenda packet, and this was this afternoon. I like what Mr. Vedder's doing with cats and everything, but I mean, I've looked through the agenda packet. How many of you actually read it? So I think those are my, well, I had one other question. There was an energy board meeting that Kim was nice enough to take me to the energy board meeting in September 30th. And your power director, I don't think is very good. He told me that, or he said at the meeting that there was going to be a power increase, and it was going to be over 2 cents a kilowatt increase plus a base charge increase, and on residential it would be $1.25 a month. He said it would either be on the first or second meeting of October on the agenda. Mr. Holman and Mr. Vedder are both on the energy board meeting, did not attend that meeting. I think there was only 5 members at the meeting. Pat Jenkins, who's a great guy, but I think Pat has Alzheimer's, is in a wheelchair. How's he's still on the energy board? I mean, what's going on here? I know this is kind of off topic, but I'd like my questions answered.
Sure. The specific one about power, what was the question again?
How much daily generation are they going to require?
Daily generation, okay. And
backup generation, what do they have planned for the backup generation? These are things you should all know if you're voting yes on this. And then why was it delayed? Why haven't we seen this power increase, put on the agenda? I think it's going to be on the next agenda after you guys do this. And, and I'm sure it didn't want to get on there because people say, well, our power rates are going up already. And can you name me one city that's benefited from having a data center? One city. They just canceled one in Jefferson Village of Jefferson, just canceled a $1 billion project on 79 acres. It was just a week ago. So name me one city. Mr. Holman, you seem to have all the answers. And yet you don't have nothing to say to me.
Is there anything else? Thanks. Do we know what the daily power generation is going to be?
I'm going to ask the developer who's more familiar with these projects than I am.
The end user is working with AES Ohio on that. electricity is deregulated in the state of Ohio, so this company will likely do what any large power user does in their situation, and they're gonna shop their generation on the open market so they can get the mix of power that they want, whether it's renewables or whatever. So that's going to be shopped on the open market, and they have an agreement with AES Ohio to study the improvements that are necessary to be made at this site to deliver the level of energy that they need. Now, I know this isn't going to satisfy the question, but that is a conversation that's happening between the user and AES Ohio. I am not privy to that exact information. However, like all other large industrial projects, this has to go through several regulatory agencies, including the regional transmission operator, which in this case is PJM. And for any specific infrastructure improvements, we'll have to go through the Ohio Power Siting Board. AES has done preliminary studies on this project and are more than confident that they have enough transmission capability to deliver the power that this project needs to the site. But again, I'm not privy to those exact details, but they are going to go through the relevant regulatory authorities before it happens. Anything to add?
And he asked about no open discussion. No, that's what we're doing now. Is that what your answer is going to be?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Said he asked about no open discussion.
That's what this meeting is, this evening.
All right. Last card I've got is Kim Heisler. You already go? On this one?
Yeah.
You already went. Sorry. Sit down. Sit down. You
Still
already
disappointed, thank you.
went. Oh, you're not. Okay. Thanks.
Call for the question.
Calls for the question. I need a motion.
Mayor, I would move that we adopt resolution R-114-25 as an emergency. Or no, not as an emergency, or it is an emergency?
It's a resolution.
It's a resolution, yeah, adopt as a resolution.
I'd second the motion.
Yes. Is it?
Did you want to incorporate the amendment concerning well?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Before you vote on it.
Is that, yes, do you have language available for us?
So it's in section 3 of the development agreement. I'm sorry, section 4. There's a sentence in there that begins with the letter I for number 1. Drilling wells on the property or in connection with the project, comma, number 2. That can be stricken in its entirety.
Mayor, I would move that we strike that language from that section.
You can't vote on that without having it taken out and the contract back and the paperwork back. You can't just say,
Yeah, we
"No,
can.
we're just gonna agree on this." Man,
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
you can, but
Quiet.
it's really a bad business.
Be quiet, please. Thank you.
Business.
Excuse me. Your motion to strike that language, made a motion, I need a second. Second. Moved and seconded to amend the resolution, striking that language. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, and now call for the motion as amended for the ordinance, or for the resolution.
I believe my confusion as to whether or not this was an emergency resolution stems from the screen saying emergency resolution, but I
You
don't.
have to be quiet. I'm gonna ask you, you're getting one warning. You have to be quiet.
I don't believe that
I gave him
language is
one.
reflected in
I'm
the
giving you one
packet.
now. I've been waiting to give you one, so,
I know.
all right,
You've been nice.
I'm trying. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
The language for an emergency resolution appears on our screen, but it doesn't seem to appear in the packet agenda.
I don't think it's present for this resolution.
Well, it is on the screen though.
It's a wait a 10-day, all right?
Oh, okay.
Should it be an emergency or not? Mr. City Manager?
It's section 3 of the resolution document.
No, we're talking about the resolution as a whole.
Well, I'm talking about what's on the agenda. The agenda doesn't,
Doesn't say.
the agenda does not match what's on our screen right now. I don't know which copy the public would have received.
Yep.
It's only a part of it. It's in there.
Thanks, John. Jessica, is it an emergency or not?
I believe it was intended to be written as an emergency.
Well, the public seems to have gotten the one that states it as an emergency, so maybe I got a early edition packet.
So,
Mayor, I would move that we adopt resolution R-11425 as an emergency, as amended.
Okay.
As amended.
Emergency resolution number R-114-25. An emergency as amended.
Before I make the motion to second it, will the law director clarify what the emergency on a resolution means?
It waives the 10-day waiting period for
That's
the resolution to go into effect.
Thank you.
So it can go right into effect.
I second Commissioner Hummons' motion.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mayor, can we have a roll call?
Yes,
vote?
roll call, please.
Commissioner Vedder?
Aye.
Mayor Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Holman?
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras?
Aye.
All right. Next on our agenda, resolution number R-115-25.
A resolution authorizing the city manager to modify an existing agreement with Bricker Graydon for economic development legal services.
Commissioners, this is the contract that we previously engaged Ricker Graydon under, and the purpose of this item is to amend the total amount authorized for the expenditure up to the amount shown. The development agreement includes a provision that compensates the city for legal services. So we're asking for the increase as it's necessary to cover the remaining legal work that is to be completed to finalize the deal. Legal counsel obviously is here if there's anything he would like to add.
Any questions from Commissioner? No? Richard Price. Oh. Kim Heisler. Now he can come up.
Again, super disappointed. I don't think that'll ever change. And problem after problem after problem. Simple things. Is it emergency? Is it not? It's a resolution, but what's emergency? You guys should know this stuff. I don't get it. That is not the way to run a city. What you doing?
Any comment on this, what we're talking about right now?
Yes, sir, there is.
Go right ahead.
Absolutely, there is. Bricker Graydon. In May of this year, you guys had a agreement with Bricker Graydon for the economic development and legal services. At that time, I brought it up, and I'm going to bring it up again. Actually, there's a couple things. The first thing, though, I should probably ask is, where's the original agreement? In here, it says you're revising it. Where's the original agreement that we can actually compare it to? Is that the one from May?
Chris?
Can you tell me what those, well,
Yeah.
I want my time.
You go your time.
Yep. So I want to know what the original agreement is, because back in May, this piece of paper here that was the resolution after the staff report, further down it says for economic development legal services for Bricker Graydon. Section 2 at the bottom, it says the finance director is hereby authorized to draw their warrants on the appropriate account of the city treasury and payments for said fuel. Okay, that's questionable. That makes no sense at all. Okay, so Brick or Graydon. So what are the modifications? Where's the original agreement? And it's interesting that it has changed from what they said here, 280, oh wait, not 280. Actually, I don't know what it was upped from. I think it somewhere looked like it went up 3 times the amount that it was before. So what is that for? And being that it's presented tonight means that you guys clearly knew everything was going to pass and you had it predetermined. So there's that. So Brick or Graydon. Yes, we've used them before. 2 different times in 2 different years, we've paid like $10,000 for them for different agreements. This time it's significantly more, $285,000. So, you know, what's the difference in that? It's a big, big difference. But again, okay, Brick or Graydon. Same as Brickler, Eckler. Might I remind you guys, those are the same guys that actually you guys contracted with for the fire training facility. Interesting, right? You guys had an agreement with them back in 2000, I think it was 17 or 18. It was a 3-year agreement for that fire training facility. The facility wasn't put up until 2024. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Brick or Graydon. This is about them and their economic development. We partner with government entities, developers, and businesses to achieve their unique development objectives, utilizing the economic development tools that best suit our clients' strategic goals. And structure and layer resources connecting to our clients with available financial incentives they need for growth. Our team is poised to assist both public and private sector entities by providing cutting-edge financial, regulatory, and other consultative solutions, such as creative application of public and private financing. Okay. Regulatory compliance, site and local permitting. These guys are the ones that did the article or the negotiation for the fire training facility that turned out to be the Battery Burn area. That didn't vote out very well. There was no, they say, state and local permitting. Wow. Regulatory compliance. Wow. That didn't work out very well. Assisting and connecting clients with other entities, that worked out pretty well. But I don't know why we chose them when we ended up in a debacle like the Battery Burn, and you guys are perfectly okay. The committee no longer exists. We're in litigation. We don't know if they had anything to do. Keep looking. 2 seconds, Chris, 2 seconds. We don't know if they actually contributed to this or not.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening, guys. We really appreciate your
Have a seat,
concern in
please.
this.
Thank you.
Thank you, and vote for
Thank
Damon
you.
Wilson if you want change.
Have a seat. Thank you. How many attorneys are at Bricker? Great.
Bricker Graydon is a very large law firm that services communities all across the state of Ohio. The total number of attorneys, I believe, is in the range of 200. 225.
25. So are you the guys that worked on the?
No, the people who worked on that particular matter do not work for our law firm.
Okay. All right. And the question that she did ask, where's the original agreement?
So the proposal provided in 2024 was the original engagement document. It has the signature lines and execution of the services that were requested. And at that time, it wasn't anticipated that it would be more than $75,000. Once we got to that threshold, I believe it was in May, is when we came back to the commission and asked for the PO to be increased to the previous amount. And all that is due to the ongoing nature of the discussions and the legal work required to advance the process to get to where we are today.
All right. Steve Yenny.
No, I'm on 116.
Huh?
I signed up for 116.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you did. And I thought don't see it. Maybe not.
Nope. Call for the question.
All right, call for the question. I need a motion.
I would move the approval of resolution R-115-25.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now on to the last order of business. Resolution number R-116-25.
A resolution authorizing the city manager to modify an existing agreement with Encompass Engineering for economic development engineering services.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This resolution before you is very similar to the previous item, which is a request to increase the PO for engineering and design services related to the project that we've been speaking about tonight. The PO would be to Encompass Engineers and Architects.
What did you just say? The last?
I said the name of the company, Encompass Engineers and Architects.
What was the name? Anything else to add?
Nope, I'll just take any questions.
Any questions from Commissioner? Now, Steve Yenny. Sorry about that, sir.
Steve Yenny. So I'm looking at this, and originally it was $73,000. Okay, have you guys read the staff report, which is almost non-existent? There's the only thing about it, it says the fees will be reimbursed for the increase, I guess, is what this is supposed to say. So what guarantee do you have on that, and how's that work as far as, are they gonna pay money in advance as the work progresses? Milestone payments on the reimbursement? But also the original, it says here that Encompass signed a contract on 6/13/25 in the attachments. But that's not actually a contract, it was just a proposal that the city decided to sign off on. I would think for a $233,000 investment, you'd have a real contract rather than just two-page proposal. So those are my questions. I'll just stand here and wait for the answers.
Do you have anything else after that?
Well, again, my other questions weren't really answered. So how's this work? Piqua's going to do the infrastructure, but AES is going to provide the power?
Yes.
But nobody else in the city, if you're in the city limits, you have to have Piqua power. So why do they get an exemption on that?
Good question with us. But I don't see Chris. Oh, AJ.
Mayor, we can let him use his 5 minutes.
Why did they get an exemption? Go ahead.
And then my other question was, it goes back to the energy board meeting that Mr. Vedder and Mr. Homan didn't attend about, didn't get answered about the power increase that's forthcoming that Mr., I don't know how you pronounce his name, who's your power director? Monier, is that how you pronounce it?
The guy right there.
Yeah, okay, so he said it would be on either, it would be in October on one of the agendas, and it's not appeared on either agenda.
I've not seen it.
There's been no announcement to the public. There's
No, I don't know anything about it yet.
Well, I told you about it.
You told me, other than you telling me, and then
At a
I
neighbor's-
asked.
at a Wednesday.
They said that it might be coming, but we haven't had an increase since 2014. So you were at that meeting, weren't you?
So you guys can guarantee that what's going on with the data center will not affect Piqua's rates?
Yeah,
Electric
what
rates
we're told.
nationwide are going up
So you put that in
regardless of what's happening.
They did.
I heard the study that Sawmill
No, I
did.
said you'll put that in writing, so yes or no?
No, I'm not, I'm telling you that I participated in the study that we've got from Sawmill about rate increases and where we are with Piqua's utility rate, electric rates. And I missed the last meeting, but I was to the previous meeting where that was.
Yeah, but I mean, he said it would be introduced at the September 30th meeting, and it hasn't been.
It hasn't. It hasn't.
And so I did not know, when I came up here, I assumed that because Piqua was providing the infrastructure, that Piqua would also provide the power. So my questions were based upon that assumption.
Anything else? When you use your 5 minutes, I'll ask them the questions.
I know.
All right. So, why does AES get an exemption?
The load for this data center is simply too large for the city to serve.
And so the end user or for the project elected to go with AES?
Yes, correct. They requested that as a condition to continue looking at the site.
So then why did
And if I understood correctly, the AES is essentially providing the pipeline, but the project is essentially buying its own power from elsewhere on the market. AES may or may not be the generator of it, but they're going to be the pipe by which that power gets to the data center. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's an accurate statement. AES will be the transmission provider. They'll also build a radio to the site and a substation. But the project will procure generation on the market.
So how does the reimbursement work?
Oh, your time's up, Stephen. It wasn't.
I asked a few other questions.
Oh, you turned it up. Go ahead.
I asked reimbursement, how's that gonna work? As far as, it says here be reimbursed, and also why there wasn't actually a decent contract.
Yes,
just for
what
the
about the contract? Was there a contract, a formal contract when we?
No, this is what was signed with the professional services agreement, and this is a pretty standard practice for getting services going.
Okay.
It's not a standard practice for $233,000.
No, it is standard to have engineers, architects, professionals that go through a qualification process long before this. And then simply they put a proposal together on the cost basis.
Okay, Steve, thank you.
I can address the infrastructure question just very quickly.
Go ahead.
The infrastructure that we're speaking about will serve the construction power for the project. AES will serve the operational load for the project after the construction period is complete.
And we'll also be able to service potential additional investment of other businesses in that area with
Yes,
that.
correct. We'll be able to utilize that infrastructure that the project is funding for future customers in that area.
Jim Eisler.
Who needs to go on walks when you have to come up here and talk each time?
You choose that.
I know, I do, I have to. Okay, I'm gonna piggyback on what Steve said. This is a proposal. It's not a contract. Signed by Encompass Engineers and Architects, and by one sole Paul Oberdorfer. How many of these deals have gone through with just his name on it? I would like to propose to you guys to propose a resolution to have all spending by the city manager cut down to like $5,000 and have everything come through here to you guys first for transparency. These big dollar items, I understand, are part of things that we really need to have. It's a part of what makes things work. I understand that. And that's gonna slow things down. But you know what? When we have a logo that's been going on for 1.5 years and money spent, decisions made before we even get to see it, there needs to be more transparency. That's just not right. To have to see it after the fact and then say, oh, yeah, sorry. We need to be proactive, and the only way to do that is to hold people accountable. And the only way to do that is to make things happen the way they're supposed to happen and the way they're written. Right? So saying, this is our discretion, or, well, I think it's this way. Well, I think they should have done an impact study. Those are not facts. We need to have the facts and see with our own eyeballs what it is, and not rely on other people to do it for us. We've done that way too many times. We need to be a part of the process. And I hope you guys agree with that, because, I mean, something has got to stop. We have got way too many irons in the fire because we're reacting instead of being proactive. So there's that. Proposal, not a contract. So it was originally $74,450 going up to $233. What was that $73,000 for originally? Is a question. And another question is, why are you guys allowing this and accepting that as being a real contract? And that is an answer coming from you guys, not from him, not from any of them, not from her, from you guys. Why isn't it signed off by the law director? It's huge. $151 million project, data center. And you guys just want to push it on through. Doesn't matter who signs it, doesn't matter, well, I think they're supposed to do impact studies. They're supposed to do this. They should have done that. All that stuff should be in the packet when we get it and know it. So we can see it too. So we can trust what you guys have spent a year and a half on, even though it could have changed. We should be able to see that. So those are my questions. And I really thank the people that showed up tonight that's maybe watching online. Thank you for showing up and sending them, even though it seems like it didn't matter. I mean, it does matter. We have to keep on them over and over again. So please keep on keeping on, because we're going to have to do this together. We can't just expect them to do it for us. And if you really truly want change, vote for Damon Wilson, because he has the grit to be able to stand up. We need to have change up there, because what's here, it's pretty pathetic. I'm sorry to say. Thank you.
So what was the $73,000 for?
It was for routing, design, services, bid documents, and some additional services in support of designing and getting the project going.
All right, and the contract, not contracts, pretty business standard business on how to operate one of those?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. I need the proposal, yes. Signing off with the proposal.
Mayor, so procurement's under the city manager's office, but it reports to finance on a daily basis. And so all of the state guidelines that are required in the procurement process are followed. And we've had clean audits. They go in and they look at our procurement process, and they actually do sampling to see if we're compliant or not. So, the assertion that a proposal and the way that we've gone about this with, statement of qualifications and using a proposal, not a contract on this is not accurate.
Okay, thank you. Soleil Larson.
So $73 without a formal contract that is signed by the law director. In a lot of other government bodies, they would never accept that. The fact that you guys accept that, wow, that's really interesting, don't you think? Really interesting. Did this go out to bid? That question didn't get answered. Is anybody going to take that down and make sure it gets answered?
Skin at the end. Keep
Okay,
going.
thank you. The percentage of shopped energy. From a global standpoint, I've been looking at studies that say the United States, within the next 24 months, that's not very long, you guys, the entire grid of the United States is going to be out of power because of all the data centers being built across the nation. For the power director to even utter a sentence that says our prices aren't going to go up, when that kind of shopping around is happening all over this nation, especially in Ohio. I I mean, I read today where Columbus has 172 in the surrounding areas, data centers. They're going to be using a lot of electric. They're pretty close to us. And with the redistricting that was just done, Piqua is now included in that region. So if I don't know how the group works that we pay thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do our shopping around for us of the electricity, or the amount, the percentage of the shopped energy. I'd like that answer. What is the percentage of shopped energy? Because that is going up, no doubt, because we're going to run out in 2 years. So within the next 24 months, Piqua, as well as every other city in America, due to data center gobbity, it's going to go up dramatically. So the fact that we're being lied to yet again, or just, people are uneducated and they like to say what they think instead of looking at what's actually occurring in the world, is sad to me. Because when you're paid a ton of money to look at things at a bigger picture, the citizens of Piqua are supposed to be raising their families. They're not supposed to have to look at that stuff, you guys. You guys are supposed to look at that. If you're not getting paid enough or you don't have enough time to do it, please step down. Find somebody else who will. Truly. I don't say that to be mean. I say that to be kind to everyone in Piqua. If you don't have the time and you can't read the thing before you get here, and you think you're prepared because you've had discussions for a year and a half and you miss topics and you don't know everything because nobody knows everything, and when you leave the constituency out of it and drop it as a bomb for a one and done, you look bad, it feels bad, it is bad. That's all there is to it. So I'd like to know the percentage of energy that's shopped, because that's the percentage that's going around. And as we know, the Rumpke planning didn't go well. So the vision of the city isn't very long term. I hope that they're looking 24 months out. And I would like to know if they're actually looking at that global demand for the grid, global, national, whatever you want to call it, for America, because it shows a severe shortage within 24 months, severe. So they're talking nuclear fusion, they're talking all kinds of things that have to happen and have to be built. And these things can't be built in less than 3 to 5 years. So the 24-month boom, we're out of energy, unless projections are really wrong by all the people that I follow, which is possible. Certainly wrong here. I'd like to know what they're doing to prepare for that, because it doesn't sound like any preparation is happening at all, except a lot of empty promises that don't actually know what's happening. So will you please ask, what have they looked at nationwide to show the actual nationwide energy usage that is coming to a complete halt in 24 months? Thank you.
Thank you. Did this go out to bid?
No, it did not, and it was not required to go out to bid.
Okay. What's the percentage of shopped energy? Do you know? RJ?
I'm not positive what shopped energy means. I think she means energy or market energy purchases on a monthly basis.
That we purchase, right?
That would be above and beyond what our power purchases agreements cover. It's usually about 3 to 5%. It's a very small margin because of our agreements with AMP.
And are we prepared if there is a global outage?
Mayor, I don't think anybody would be prepared for that.
And that's that would or wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Are you looking at the global demand?
I'm gonna say outage.
Excuse me.
I just want to be correct because
Yes. Yes. Let me.
I didn't say it.
Thank you. Are you looking at the global demand?
I'm not personally looking at the global demand.
All right. There's no more public comment.
Call for the question. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution R-116-25.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. This time, in the city manager's report.
I have nothing to report this evening, thank you.
All right, commissioners' comments. We'll start with Commissioner DeBras.
I will be incredibly brief here, considering the time. However, during multiple citizens' comments, mentioned or stated that in some manner myself lied to individuals of the public. That can be further from the truth. And quite frankly, it's appalling that those things were were insinuated. The other thing that I would like to point out is that while at the peak of tonight's meeting, there were 67 members in the audience. The population of the city of Piqua is roughly 20,000 residents. And while I understand and am incredibly grateful and appreciative for those people who attended tonight's meeting to express their concerns and their issues, and most of them who spoke were in regards to the waiving of the 3 reading rule, because I believe a lot of the questions about the actual facility itself or the infrastructure of the water were addressed. Well, not all of them were to certain individuals' likings, a lot of them were. As far as the procedure, in a perfect world, yes, I would have loved to have the 3 reading rule. However, one of, if not the most serious role of being an elected official, the reason that we're elected is there were the citizens who voted for us and trusted us with making those decisions on their behalf. I made no bones about it when I asked to be up here that my #1 goal was economic development. I've talked to hundreds of residents in the city of Piqua who have the same goals that I do, who were tired of no growth or no development, significant development in the last 25 or 30 years. I, quite frankly, am excited about the possibility of a private entity willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the city of Piqua, and what that will mean for the residents of the city of Piqua as we head into the next several years, and as far as utility rates and other amenities that the city will be able to provide, and capital improvements that we will be able to make that currently there is some doubt about. With that being said, I will yield back my time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. Commissioner Vetter. I want to say that I deeply resent the assumption that commissioners who work on a very small amount of pay for their time, pennies on the dollar, would be taking bribes under the table. I think that's a libelous kind of assumption, and it's not called for, not appropriate, and not true. And so maybe it's time that we do a little time study, because I think that some of the people who question the most we've spent huge amounts of time outside of this meeting and in this meeting, and it's simply inappropriate to make an assumption that we somehow are on the take, and that's offensive. I yield.
Commissioner Holman. Just echo Commissioner DeRosa's statements about economic development, and add to Commissioner Vetter with my also resentment at the accusation of having taken money. It's interesting because the reason why I voted the way that I did was because I do believe that this will be the best way for Piqua to move forward, the best way for growth. May have been not quite the procedure that we wanted it to be. I assure you we tried very hard to make sure this would have 3 readings, and it didn't work. We, again, like I said, had a discussion amongst the commission over a year ago talking about the multiple steps that were going to take place leading up to tonight, and we had discussed that if the timeline went the way that it turned out to go, that we would be open to it being an emergency and waiving the 3 readings. So again, this was an emergency on paper, but as far as the commission's awareness and preparation for it, it was not unplanned or unexpected. Yeah, like I said, the accusation that because people disagree with the way I voted, that I must be on the take, is quite incredible. But I also want to add that a lot of the people here tonight, while there was a lot of opposition present in the room, there is a lot of support for this in the community. I did receive a lot of emails in opposition to this. I received a lot of emails in support of this. And in general, while they might not have been referencing this specific project, the calls from the community for, we want businesses, we want economic development, we want more industry in town, that has been constant the whole time that I've been around the city politics. But it does seem that every time the opportunity comes up, it's, well, we don't want that one. I do think that I was here, I think about 3 years ago when the initial attempt at using that land for a rock quarry was put forward. Having seen that and what the plan was and the discussion around that, and comparing that to this usage for it, it couldn't possibly be more of the opposite direction from a mining quarry to have the data center there. So I feel like that fits with what the demands were at the time 3 years ago, and it fits with, maybe not every sentiment in the community, but it fits with a lot of what the sentiment is. And again, just because you have a personal disagreement with the commission does not mean that we're on the take for something, and it doesn't mean that your opinion is the end-all be-all of every single person in the community, even if you try to state that it is. With that, I'll yield.
Ouch. I echo those sentiments and the sentiments from the other commissioners. I mean, almost 8 years ago when I decided to run, I wanted to bring more jobs. I lived through the time when Honda was a possibility of coming here, wound up going south because we had businesses in town that did not want competing jobs. And we have been stuck in like the 80s, the city of Piqua. And slowly and surely we got to get drugged into the 21st century and be allowed to grow. Well, we weren't attracting a lot of the businesses that would allow us or that we're used to the industries like Deckers and Jackson Tube and whatnot. We weren't attracting them, even though we have the latest infrastructure. We have new water, wastewater, our power's up to date. I mean, we have a fiber ring around the city. We got that. All that was made to attract businesses like a data center or anything that's huge to the city of Piqua, and that we have the opportunity. And how do you say no to that, opportunity? I've had a lot of people against it, and they didn't have all the answers to the questions, so I told them just wait, listen, and your questions will get answered. And then I've had a lot more people for it. There are 700 people, I believe, that live in the city of Piqua, and 67 that come in. I respect what they have to say. I listen to what they have to say. But we have to do what's in the community at large's best interest. And I felt we did that tonight. So I appreciate everybody coming and being here, and even the ones that stuck around for a public comment that we're not going to have because it's after 9 o'clock. So I just appreciate serving the city of Piqua, and things are broken with us and some of the citizens. And I can tell you, I hear from the majority of citizens, and they respect the job that we as commissioners do. They know that it can be better, and it should be better going forward. So whoever gets elected come tomorrow, I hope they can continue and make it better, more open dialogue, more transparency. I mean, that's what people are wanting, and that's what I'm willing to, that's what I want to see as well. So that said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
So, second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.